Hello and welcome back to Roll the Bones. My name is Rob, and as ever, I am joined by my wonderful, tolerant, patient players, Mike, Matt, and Dom. And I will ask them the question that I always do. What happened previously on Knights of the Apocalypse?
We fought the elements.
You did.
We did all of them. All
One of the elements.
Okay,
we took a massive detour, an unexpected detour. Is the number one.
let's rewind further back. It started. I think everyone had a little moment, but the moment started with this devil imp thing. Well, I think I know what it is, but obviously Celasta would not know. Okay, an imp.
He's an imp. He'll openly tell you he's an imp. He's a small devil.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which just appeared and disappeared. He was. I'm here, and then there was a very cryptic.
There was an understanding between the imp, Trick, and Obsidian that their partnership had now begun. There was some discussion about how he could exist in society, but he can shape change, so it's all good. And that was kind of all. We didn't really get to asking any questions about it or anything like that. I think some assumptions were made about Obsidian making pacts with demons now, which is great. I love it.
Which I think is quite a forgivable assumption, but there we are.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is a forgivable assumption. But yeah.
Yes.
And then we started making our way again towards Valdinor, and came across a situation.
Well, beforehand, I would like to just add.
Me and Matt are just trying to skip the whole session.
No.
No, we saw an element.
No, I'm not.
it.
The situation was with the gnolls. I wasn't skipping to the water yet.
Oh no! I was saying, but you Celasta took a sparring match with Kidos.
Oh, he did.
He wasn't too happy with how the previous fight went, and kind of accepted that if he still can't best him, then perhaps he's got a thing to learn, and so put Kidos into a position of no, we will spar, we will train.
He did a Miyagi style when you can grab this fly with chopsticks out of my hand. You'll be ready. But Cybaster wasn't ready, was he?
No, he was not. He got one good blow at the end, which wasn't really a hit. It was just kind of more that I could hit you if I wanted to moment. But that was it. But he was not ready. But yes, then we travelled, and then...
A situation.
Yes. There was quite a few nice chats around the fire, actually. I believe Ansel and Gao, son of Gower, of the children of Gower, they had a discussion as well.
Yeah, as did Ansel and Cry as well.
Correct, yes. Cry has a voice.
I know. Yeah, Cry can't talk to anyone else.
But to you, yeah.
Which it can talk to Ansel.
So yeah, then after
Anybody talk to Brigid? Sorry.
That's alright. That's okay.
Did anybody talk to Brigid? I can't remember.
Yes, that was Obsidian. I forgot about that. Yes, Obsidian mentioned to Brigid that he has a business in Valdinor and is looking for someone that has proved themselves useful, certainly. He seems very competent in the service industry. Looking after horses and stuff.
Service,
to get the funeral service, mortician service back open again in Valdinor. So he's had a word with him about the possibility of him running that when they get there.
And then
the situation.
So much stuff. I'm so sorry.
About you went for a day, I believe, of the 7-day journey, I believe we worked it out as. You went a day and then you ran into some folk.
We did
Some
mystery creatures.
Yeah. I don't
Yes.
know what they were.
The mystery hyena men creatures.
Hansel seemed to know what they were.
Well, I think it's safe to say you probably know what they are now, just from experience.
Yeah, we figured it out.
But yes, the gnolls were beset, or rather the Garo, the travellers and traders and tinkerers of this world, were being beset by the gnolls, who had ambushed them upon the road. Yet the strangers, now bolstered by allies, fell upon them like a bag of cocks.
And they were received.
And they were received.
Like a special vagina.
Good of analogy as any.
No, honestly, with 8 of you now full, yeah, you went against them pretty wildly, and yeah, it was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kidos alone is more than equal to any single one of us. So him being present and in control enough that he doesn't just decide to wreck us all is a massive boon to the team.
But your efforts were very effective. However, even you were not fast enough to prevent one of the Gara being slain. A Gara named
Roshi.
Roshi, yes, was slain by the leader of this goblin ambush, and his brother Toshi, imaginatively named, grieved deeply for him, but gave you rewards. A combination of potions, I believe it was, and you agreed to travel with them on the way to Valdinor. But they gave mention that they would be turning off in the fork of the road to a lumber settlement named Thanley. What did you learn about Thanley as you approached?
It was
It
cursed.
was cursed.
Correct. Well, yes.
Well, that's what we
Well, that's
learned. That didn't turn out to be the case. But we certainly learned that there'd been a spate of unexplained deaths. I can't remember. I don't think we learned exactly what was causing the deaths at that point, did we? We found that out much later. But
At that point, early on, yeah, just
interesting enough to investigate.
Yeah, and it was kind of it's not really a detour, it's just sort of an extra bit en route. It was maybe an extra day, so it was...
Yeah, I mean, what do you call it when you have a route and then you go slightly off the route on a slightly different path, a slightly different tour, a sort of, you might call it a detour, wouldn't you, Michael?
I'm going to throttle you one of these days.
Roll initiative. So you, yeah, you did.
Celeste would absolutely wipe Hansel out.
My rolls are terrible, you know this.
Oh, that's true. I forgot about that.
That's what
On
happened.
paper, it wiped as well.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Sorry, Rob.
that's okay. No problem. You arrived then, having learned that the town was cursed, and upon investigation of the tavern that was there and the smaller collection of houses, you'd learned that people had indeed been dying abruptly, and all from the same cause.
Drowning.
Yes, drowning. But what made that particularly strange was that those people, all of them, had drowned in their beds.
On the driest of dry lands.
On the driest of dry lands. And the only thing that connected them all...
And they weren't even on waterbeds.
They weren't even on waterbeds, which are probably one of the worst inventions of all time, I think.
I've never been on one. I would like to go on one.
It's just really
To know what
weird.
it's like.
It's odd. It's a peculiar experience. I have once or twice, and it's just not worth it. It's not worth the hassle, honestly. Anyway. Yes. So they were drowned, and they everything that connected them to their deaths was that they'd each taken water from
Drowned in their bed,
yes.
out of any body of water.
Correct.
As far as we can tell.
Yes, and they had all seemingly drunk from the same well, and we rather neatly juxtaposed Obsidian interrogating one of the dead, a man named Yale.
Yes.
An excellent spell, actually. It's really good.
Yeah, I've seen it used in D&D. I don't think I've ever used it, and I liked it. It felt good.
Yeah.
To question the dead, I enjoyed that. But we didn't really. I mean, we found out about more. Just there was nobody there, or there was like a figure. He said a figure in the room, and then he drowned, and there wasn't much more information that even he could get from it. He didn't really understand, which was information as it was, but it was shortly after that everything went to shit anyway.
Yeah, Silence investigated the well too well, didn't he? He went back to the well one too many times, as it were.
You saw water going back into the well.
Yep.
Which, as we all know, is not the usual way of things.
It went up, not down.
And then Silasta went up as it was revealed that yes, indeed, a water elemental was resident within the well of Thanley, and it exploded forth with the force of a tidal wave, and the strangers met this behemoth water elemental with two offshoots of its own in battle. And it was pretty touch and go, but overall, I'd say you smashed it.
Literally.
Yeah.
There was some gnarly damage. It messed us up a little bit, but we did.
Silasta broke his bad luck.
Water elemental is that it is further evidence that at some point in this adventure, there is 100% going to be an underwater level.
And I think it's been proved that Obsidian will suck. He is weak to water and nets. So clearly, nets are to do with water. He is like the anti-aquatic.
Yes. The anti-aquatic.
Reverse
I am landman, not Aquaman. Landman. I need to be far from the sea.
And it was at the defeat of this water elemental, as rain came pouring down about all of you. That is where we left it, and that is exactly where we shall return. So there is a silence for a moment. And then the people of Thanley begin to emerge through the mist and through the vapour that falls all about you. And remarkably, no passers-by and no civilians seem to have been injured by the battle. However, many of them look horrified and overwhelmed by the events that have occurred. Do we have a obsidian, I wonder? There we are.
Yes.
Hello.
Roll 20 up to its tricks again.
Yeah, up to its old tricks. Okay. So
what do you need?
You're not muted, Dom. Oh goodness.
Oh no, everything's gone haywire.
The battle was over. Ada, the elderly woman. I'm going to see if I can mute him on my end.
I'm pretty sure you can.
I think I have. There we go.
Drag the volume down.
Forced silence.
Just so we don't hear.
Yes, the old woman who we kicked out of the small hut in order to do some questionable magic.
Well, while you
she was at the door trying to get back in.
I was then on the other side
the
going,
thing.
"There's something in the well. There's something in the well," and she got very concerned. Locked out of her house with a mad elf shouting at her.
Yes, though Ada now will wander forth, this old medica, this person who has been devoted to trying to help the people that had succumbed to this power, staggers forth, old hands raised up, feeling the water falling from the sky, as she says, "You defeated it. You defeated that awful thing. Thank you. And she's just going to grab you, Obsidian, and just start shaking you. You probably feel already quite ill from the fact that you went through
been lobbed around
a
and
spin
taken
cycle or
damage.
two, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we defeated a puppet. It was a puppet. There is more.
Ain't no
Someone is
puppet
behind
I've
this.
ever seen before.
It was a magical puppet.
She just looks blankly at you.
There is more. This investigation is not over.
It is as you say that a figure sort of like emerges from the stout tower to the far side of the central court of Thanley. You see a man in militia's uniform. He has rough leather armor patched with hide. He has like a steel helm with a nose guard, and he sort of like staggers forward, wide-eyed and disbelieving. You did it. You actually did it. I'm actually trying to grab him from the thing because he was hidden in the it's the problem with having roofs in this thing. Yeah, he staggers forth. He is a middle-aged man, and rather notably, a militiaman absent from the battle.
And who are you?
Let me look. I was so prepared today as well, and then all sorts. Let's see. His name is Sergeant Reg.
Reg.
Yeah, difficult name to remember. Sergeant Reg of the militia. I have to congratulate you on your feat of daring.
Thanks very much. I mean, it's the choice of words. You did it. Makes me think that perhaps you are like aware of. You've seen some sort of creature, or like aware of the problem at least.
Oh well, of course I was aware of the problem, but I didn't know what was going on. The same as the rest. I didn't know that such a force was to blame.
Mm.
And what did you know?
He does kind of look a little bit off at that, actually.
I would like to do a sense motive whilst he's talking.
Yeah, you can do a sense motive. First roll of the night. Let's get those dice warmed up.
Just while he was like, "Oh, I knew about it, but I didn't know any more."
Mm-hmm.
My sense motive is crap.
You can all do
But
it if
17?
you want, by all means. 17.
It's not a bad roll. Not a bad start.
12 from Ansel.
Oh, and
Lester, come on, you got this. You the man.
19.
Even better, good man.
Yeah, you look at him and you can see that there is something that he definitely isn't saying, but it's not as if he. You can tell he didn't know about that power, and you can tell that he was unaware of the elemental or the great evil, but something else is sort of like lingering there as well. Something he's definitely guarded. As you turn a line of questioning to him.
Right, so he has some information or some secret, guys, that we need to glean, but I don't. Yeah, he didn't know necessarily about the actual monster itself, but perhaps he knows something about who put it there.
Rob, I would quite like to use my teleport maneuver to teleport into the watchtower and remain and do it kind of subtly. So I would quite like to do it when he's looking the other way, and then do a hide check when I'm inside.
Can I spot that he's doing this and attempt to help him by being a bit?
Yeah, certainly.
Rambunctious.
So you can give me a like a bluff check, Obsidian.
So
like
yeah,
I'll
I'll feign some sort of wow, like just for a moment, like the fight really, because I have taken damage, so just to help you disappear. So 20 on the bluff.
Okay, 20 is really good. So what are you doing to like get his attention as Silaster goes to make his move?
So I'll step towards him. I'll see that Silaster's kind of trying to edge that way. So I'll step towards the guy and be like, there's certainly something else. I'll just sort of continue the sentence. Something else that we need to... Whoa. And I'll just sort of feign like almost falling against the shed for a moment and taking a moment and like just looking like I'm going to fall.
We need to give this man help. He did battle against the thing. We must bring him aid. Like, and he rushes forward. That is going to greatly benefit Silaster as he makes his hide check. I won't ask you to do move silently because you're just going zoom and blinking out of nothingness.
Yeah.
So just do a hide check for me.
Okay. Oh, I forget. It's an Excel sheet now. That's the one. Excel.
Madness.
Absolute madness.
Oh!
The only way to do it, then.
Well, still 20.
When he rolls a 4.
It's exactly the same as the bluff, so sort of in unison you perform both of your rolls to the exact ability that you require to, and both of them are excellent. Let's not forget that a 20 is fantastic. You vanish, and he is so busy watching Obsidian collapse, and he's calling over Ada, who rushes over, trying to like help you, sort of like catch your breath, Obsidian. Silaster, as you vanish, you appear sort of in the ground floor of this tower. You can see that it goes up a floor to there's sort of wooden rafters in there that hold storage, and then another flight of steps, you imagine, takes you to the very top of the stout structure. In here there is a desk with some papers, some drawers, some old weapons, and an old moth-eaten chair.
Well, I'm just gonna silently close the door behind me, hopefully. And then I'm going to do a quick search check on the desk.
Yeah, by all means.
Oh. Ooh. And I'd like to point out, if I come within 5 feet of a secret door, I'm entitled to a complimentary skill-free search check. So please, let me know.
Okay.
Oh dear. 14 on a search on the desk.
No secret doors, unfortunately. However, you do see a rather hastily written note coming from a man named Edon. E-A-D-O-N. Edon. And it says... I wish I'd actually a copy of it, but I don't actually have it to hand. Effectively, what it will say is, sometimes it is best to turn a blind eye. I thank you for doing exactly that.
I'm going to take... Oh.
Sorry. Beneath, you see a written report that is unsealed, but clearly meant to be for a rook to be sent. Effectively, a bought and paid for message ready to be sent to a commanding officer in Valdinor. And in it, there is a report of the dead and the causes of their death. There is also a pristine-looking dagger. It is inlaid with a filigree that runs through the hilt. You have that traceability to sense magic, do you not, Silaster?
Yeah, if I focus on it for a short bit.
By all means. I don't know if you have to roll for it or if you just get it.
Yeah, it's a level check versus basically the DC of the item, so...
Okay, I know the DC of the item.
26!
Easily exceeds the DC. Yeah, you produce this dagger from its sheath. This is a +1 acid dagger. +1 to attacks and damage. So 1d4 +1 +1d6 acid damage. And you can see that in the hilt it is inscribed with a word in common. It simply is called itch.
Itch. Oh. I would like to point out, I do think that his sense, although it's a class feature, I feel it's more of a racial feature, like that kind of elven heritage just kind of...
Yeah, I love that. That's cool.
Bleeding through slightly. Because it just feels a bit weird for a sword sage to know that. But anyway, tangent. Itch. Okay. I think there's enough here to get him talking, so I've got something that I'd quite like to do. I'm going to move to the door and silently open it again.
As you move to the door and silently open it, Obsidian Ansel, have you been doing anything during this time?
I think, like, talking to the guard, as far as I'm concerned, like he's offered some aid. Someone have sat on the floor. He's probably brought me some water. Oh no, not again. And just saying, it was a hardy battle. Telling him the investigation goes on now, and just sort of chit chat, really, trying to keep him busy.
Ansel will offer a cry as a sort of a comfort weasel, as it were.
Thanks.
Yeah, he's not a very comforting animal. It's not like he's not a puppy. But maybe fits in with Obsidian's.
Hey, really weird-looking animals can be incredibly cute. No issue with that at all. Thank you.
Amazing. So whilst they're doing that, then we'll move back to Silaster then. In that case, so you wanted to open the door silently. Then is that right?
Yeah. So, just enough so I can see basically him again, because I want to make a dramatic entrance behind him. So,
yeah, by all means.
I would have had enough time in there to get my maneuvers back. So, what I want to do is teleport behind him and immediately put him into a grapple.
Wow.
Okay, right. Okay, you will teleport behind him, which you can just do. Please make a touch attack then in that case, unless you don't need... Yeah, you still need to make the touch attack.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, by all means.
19 on his touch.
Yeah, easily get his touch. You seize him as he's sort of like mid-sentence, like asking Obsidian some other question, like, Do you need to remove that mask? Can you breathe? And like you just grab him, and he jumps out of his skin.
I'd like to point out what I'm doing is I'm kind of hooking my arm with Itch underneath his arm, and then holding the dagger here. So I've got Itch to his throat.
Oh, with his own dagger.
And then as I do this, I'm going to hold out the documents I found and just pass them over to Obsidian Ansel.
Yeah, as Silaster holds the man in place, you're able to rise and quickly look at this strange collection of documents.
It's on A3 paper.
Yours is on A3 paper, and Obsidian's is in a small book, bigger book.
Very good.
Yes, we will peruse, give it a read.
Namely, a bit of Edon and the note.
Yeah. So, someone's been turning a blind eye, have they? Do tell.
How hard to do.
I think maybe if we're going to question this chap, we should do it in the tower, away from all the people of the village, because they might get the idea that we're threatening their sort of. They might not be on our side here.
Yeah.
So, I'll say to the guard, menacingly, my friend is going to lower the dagger. But believe me, he can bring it back up faster than you can blink.
You don't know
we
what
would like to have a chat with you in private, away from the good people of this village. So if you'd accompany us back into the tower over there, that would be to your benefit.
You don't know what you're doing. For one thing, I am of the King's militia. And second of all, you're dabbling in things that don't involve you. Please.
I mean, we're just trying
Can I make another touch attack?
Yeah.
I'm going to do a new maneuver that I've had. Yeah, you'll see.
Oh, God.
Excellent. Could he make a fortitude save DC 17?
17. That is a failure.
This is called Hand of Death.
Oh my God!
What I've done... Wait. It's not what you think. I've actually just...
Why is it called?
With the knife that I'm holding the dagger... Sorry, the hand I'm holding the dagger with, I just get my thumb and just jab it into his neck. And as soon as I make contact with the nerve, he... Hang on.
The countdown starts.
I think I know what this is, yes.
He's now paralysed for 3 rounds, as I'm just going to take the paralysed militia and just drag him back into the tower.
Nice. So it's like the assassin maneuver. You can choose to kill or to paralyse. I love it. Yeah, he is like... Hello. In the middle of saying this doesn't concern you, you don't know what you're doing, and like he is frozen to the spot as you just drag him into the stout keep there. You're able to drag him in. You can put him in the chair if you want. You can just drop him on the floor.
Just going to lean him against a wall.
Gal, would you mind awfully watching the door for us?
I will remain sentry.
So kind.
Nothing shall evade my gaze.
I'm sure it won't.
Kidos will also stand there as well.
Yeah, I didn't want to ask him because I was worried he might think it's beneath him.
Brigand of Whist is calming Black Whisper and Mr. Nobby. They had a front row seat to the elemental battle.
They did.
And they have seen some
Probably
shit.
Got wet.
But that's some significant craziness they've just seen. So he'll calm the horses. And yeah, the man, after it's only 3 rounds, so he'll start like getting feeling back and says, "What have you done to me? Didn't you hear when I said I'm part of the King's militia?"
I'm really sorry, I will be back.
No worries.
That's
So,
this investigation.
But DM, he's still outside.
Who's still outside? Oh, sorry.
How can we role play if he's not in his chair?
There you go. He's in his fucking chair. There you go. Right. The chairs are actually over the 2 squares, so I have to do that. There you go. So, he says, I'm part of the King's militia. You will be in, while you have done a great service in Vanley, I must insist that you desist immediately. What are you doing with that? And he looks at the dagger in your hand.
I think you'll find we'll ask the questions.
Who are you?
Go on, Simon.
I'm not the talking one, Ansel.
You're the one who's all business.
Yeah.
This is business.
Who's Adon?
Azon. He's the chief lumberer. Hang on, he's actually got a proper name, not a chief lumberer. No, he's just the lumberman. The lumberman. Edon.
Lumber of cheap tricks.
The lumberer of cheap tricks, yes. He is the lumberman, recently given the title. Yale was before him. But, well, you saw what happened to Yale. He gives reference to the drowned man that Obsidian and Ansel have been speaking to.
So he was murdered for his position.
There ain't any murdering going on, save for what that thing has been doing.
The thing was commanded by something or someone.
Yes. Yes. A sworn enemy of this settlement.
And you allowed this? I thought you were a guard.
I am a guard, but do you see an army at my back?
I see your people in danger, and you doing nothing about it.
I was trying.
Trying?
Sense motive.
Unfortunately, Ansel doesn't do skills. 5.
14? It depends what he rolled.
There isn't, that's true. That's true. No, he shouldn't have to roll, because what he's saying is, to your mind, true, but there is a lack of conviction also in his voice, so he believes, he's trying to make it true in himself. Like, he half believes what he's saying.
He's talking himself into believing.
There's a man in my house.
That's
Sorry, there's a work man
What a
in my
return.
house. That's what the yeah. So as soon as it's an easy fix apparently, so he'll be done in a couple of minutes.
No, it's alright, man. I appreciate
But I
you letting
still
me know
I have
that.
the stream on so I can hear you.
No worries,
So
man.
I will keep track.
No worries, man.
Quick as possible.
It's okay, mate. So, yeah, there's clearly something that he's holding back.
Who is this enemy? You say an enemy of this village. Who? What?
This settlement, it stands upon the borders of the woods of Shannar. You've seen it, have you not? You must have done when arriving here. You can't miss it. Well, there has always been a steady agreement with those that dwell within those woods, that only certain trees may be taken for lumber. It is in the king's land, is it not? But a latter agreement was made due to the powerful forces that reside within there. The Shepherd of Shennar.
What does he... Shepherd? What's his charm like?
I don't know much about the Shepherd. Only I know that it takes the form of an old woman called Crocus. And they say that she shepherds the many beasts that dwell in the woods.
Interesting. And you know what she is? Is she a spirit? An elevated woman? Something else?
If being able to bring such forces as that, and he points out the door to where the elemental had been, then I'd call her elevated. I'm not going to lose my career, not to protect that fool. Edon knew. He knew that tree was off limits. Yet out of malice, out of spite, he brought it down all the same.
And what was so special about him?
I don't know. Some tree special to her kind. But ever since, I've been keeping it a secret. To prevent panic. It was wrong, I know. He even tried to shut me up by giving me riches. He gestures to the dagger in your hand, Silaster. I could have been better. I should have been better. But so many people were dying, I was afraid. I was afraid.
Yeah, well, don't worry. The strangers are here now. Where's this Edon now?
I believe I have already found him, says Kidos, and he's staring across, like he looks at you through the door and then gives a gesture. You see that there is a figure who is walking past the well here, who turns and at that point manages to get a look through the door. You see like a rather heavy-set man, an axe at his side, and sees and looks like directly at you, makes eye contact with each of you, and then immediately begins to sprint.
Well, I can't catch him, Miss Silaster.
Kidos, wow.
Do you wish
I've
me to
always
pursue?
relied on the best monk.
Yes.
Kidos is gone within seconds. He's just vanished.
Do you think he'll bring him back alive?
That is a good question. That is a good question.
I guess we better go as well.
Maybe.
You round the corner and Kidos has his foot on the neck of the man who is breathing heavily and looking up at him terrified. What are you? What are you? Some of the demons sent to plague us.
It's just a man. A man from another place. We have some questions for you.
This man has got sort of like shabby red hair, a couple of days stubble. He's got like stains down his work clothes. I knew this day would come.
And what day is that?
This, I knew, couldn't go on forever. Thank you. And he immediately goes into... He sort of like reaches for a different tone and says, "Thank you. You've come just at the right time."
Go on.
Well,
We are so happy to arrive on time.
the great creature, whatever it was, you arrived in time and you vanquished it. We're all saved now.
Yes.
Under your gaze,
Why did you run?
Under your gaze, his expression like is forced, and then it drops, and he says, "She's gonna kill us. She's gonna kill all of us. I should have listened. I should have listened."
You're talking about Crocus.
Talking about that, the gods' forsaken tree. The lumber. It fetched such a pretty price. Create weapons and tools the like that none would know of in this realm.
What was so special about that tree?
The Lady of the Wood seems to insist that it was special. Didn't seem special to me. Other than those properties. Seems to insist that it was
Well, maybe you'll have to take us to this Crocus, and you can explain to her what you've done.
You can't take me to see her.
No?
She'll drown me like she drowned the rest.
Oh, she wouldn't do that, would she?
He makes to go, but Kidos just like pushes him back down.
Do you mean to say that she's got another water element? Oh no. Was that not her means of drowning? We killed it.
I don't know. I don't know anything about her fell power.
I mean, she might kill you in another way, who knows, but drowning's probably out. I wouldn't worry about
one of
drowning.
us will.
You can't take me there. Please.
I know.
Did you say why
many
not?
have died. Yeah, so many have died because of what you did. More will die if you don't.
I never meant for it to get this far.
Do we not think this is really down to the people of your village? It's down to them to decide, isn't it? Not us. We're outsiders. We have no say in the matter anyway. You didn't kill my loved ones, but some people in the village might be upset with you.
I'm going to force the dagger back into Adon's hand. Just like, there you go.
He looks at the dagger in his hand, and his eyes flit between you all. A definite change of expression, but he doesn't make to move himself off the floor. You giving this to me?
A coward's payment for a coward.
Like, you see him, like, desperately, like, swallow what remains of the shreds of his pride. Fine.
Do we know if this town has a jail or a cell to keep prisoners? Or...
He just said fine.
I'll take you. I'll take you. I'll take you. I'll take you. I'll show you where it was. The tree.
Let's lock him up.
Break his knees.
It might be better for you if you do.
Very well. I'll lead you into the woods.
Great stuff. Wow, there's no time like the present.
Would you have...
actually, just give me, I don't know, 10 minutes before we go.
And,
You get to protect yourself.
Whilst you do that, I'm going to take an atomizer because I'm actually quite low on health.
yeah, by all means, you can take an atomizer, roll it up. What potion are you using?
I've got one blast on a mod left, so there we go. That's what we're using.
Okay. So sorry, you're going to wait a little while before going into the woods, is that right?
He's touching himself.
I literally just enough time to do 1 hit point per round of healing on myself, which is 1 hit point every 6 seconds. So, like, 10 minutes is about all I need.
Perfect.
I heal myself, but very slowly, just by, you know...
We're just watching this whole time as well, just
as I touch different parts of my body that are ailed. And in this case, it's quite a lot of me. So I was in a tumble dryer. I mean, a washing machine.
So,
and I'm good. Feeling a lot better.
good.
Shall we?
This way. You begin making your way out of Thanley, and it is not long before you find yourselves winding through the depths of dense forest. You move through lands, first of all, that are clearly have been lumbered, but there is a very definite stopping point where that is no longer the case, and you are in the wilderness. You walk for some time, and where you were in Thanley in the late morning, it now comes to the late afternoon. And Edon points with a shaking hand, with the dagger still in it, at what look like 2 ruined pillars of ancient stone. Through there.
I look at the pillars with detect magic sight and just see if there's anything going on there.
There is a trace sense of divine magic about it, that which can be felt within old temples and ancient places of worship. It is just left over from a time long forgotten by most anyway. He shakingly leads you through, and as you do, you can hear a voice humming. The voice seems to quiver with barely veiled emotion as you make your way through these pillars. you step forth into a grove. A grove that, in the centre of many twisted and strange-looking trees, there is a body of water, dappled with small islands of dirt and twisted roots and grass. A vast tree trunk, a stump, stands at the centre. And before it there, hunched, is an old woman who is the source of this sad tune.
Witch!
She'll stop and then turn around, and you can see that even from this distance, while this lady is very old, a green fire burns in her gaze as she looks at you. More of you, is it? More have come to desecrate what is left of this hallowed grove.
We've not come to desecrate anything. We would like to talk.
Who are you?
We're the strangers. My name is Ansel. This is Obsidian Silaster. Just past Obsidian there is Trick. Behind me is Gao, son of Gower. And finally Kudos. And this fine gentleman with a dagger is a resident of the village. Edon, I forgot his name.
We recently had an encounter with a very large and violent body of water that slapped us about a little bit, and we're not very happy about it. We just wanted to know if you knew anything about that.
She beholds that line of questioning with a cruel smile. Why, I do. A creation of my making. If my home is to be desecrated, then those responsible will suffer in kind.
And how is your home being desecrated, pray tell?
She looks back to the stump of the tree. This tree had a name. Orn cedar. One of the few trees grown from the guardian of all trees, Orn Lothra, to the very west of this world. A tree filled with countless years of ancient knowledge, a tree connected with all parts of this realm under the sun. And some pestilent, greedy rat felt it was an opportunity for him to make coin and grow fat. Well, I assure you, he will grow fat. He will bloat. I will turn the water that lives within him to living. I will crush him with the roots of the ground, and I will devour him with my very teeth.
And what has this to do with the villagers who have suffered and some died at the hands of your creation?
Death is a natural part of life.
Oh, I couldn't agree more.
And if I am threatened, I will threaten back.
And you're threatened by the villagers.
Nature is indiscriminate. Do you think a wave cares about your life? Do you think the wind has concern for your family?
But we are not waves, we are people. And we do care about life.
What is your purpose in
I
coming
don't
here?
think that we're particularly happy that you've been taking it.
What is your purpose in coming here? Is it your wish to kill me? Sorry, Dom, say that again, please.
Do you seek revenge, Crocus?
I do.
I would say our purpose is not strictly to kill you, no, but it is to stop you from killing others. We would rather find a better way to do that, but if we have to resort to violence, then we will.
It is a matter not so simple, she says curtly.
Do tell.
I have one of a number of shepherds that tend to the lands of MainRealm. Indeed, my excursion, my pilgrimage was to journey to a land far away. And in that time I met many people like me. And there was one whose wisdom and whose learning and teaching I have come to acknowledge. One who thinks of the greater scheme of life and all creatures that dwell within this realm, not just those that belong to civilization. I will forego the slaying of any more of those that dwell in the village beyond, in return for two things. The first is that you seek out Our Lady, Drania. She dwells within Snarewood, as it is known.
Mm-hmm.
If you would bring her this, she basically holds aloft what looks like a seed, a large acorn-like bud. A vine appears to grow from the floor and then snake-like weave towards you, holding it up. If you would deliver this to her, she will understand.
So we are to be your messengers.
It is my terms, or at least one of my terms. The other is quite simple.
And what's the other?
You leave him with me. What? Edon, looks around, absolutely terrified. You say you look after the people that dwell in that town. You say their concern is of them. Why not for me also?
You stood and did nothing while they died.
Oh, I had no choice. Look at her!
Perhaps you could have bargained with her if you'd come early.
It's okay. He has that dagger in his hand.
I mean, he does. I do feel like he was a bit under threat, guys. Are we going to sacrifice someone here? Because this is a moral quandary, at the least.
Maybe for you.
Let her have him.
Saint Asta.
He fucked up. His crime.
Absolutely. I mean, it's down to whether you think his death makes up for the other deaths. That doesn't make sense to me at all.
Didn't say she was going to kill him. Well, she did, sort of, I guess.
She's been pretty...
in a roundabout way.
She's been quite plain with her intent to kill in the past.
We can leave him with you. But I would give you a word of advice. There's a phrase that may be applicable in this situation. When you seek out revenge, you must dig 2 graves. And Ansel will turn to walk away in that.
You can't be serious, Edon says, waving the dagger around. You can't just seriously be suggesting that you're going to leave me here with her.
Celasta turns as well.
Shit.
Obsidian, you stand alone now as both Kidos doesn't seem to care at all, turns around and walks away. Gao, son of Gower, just grins at him. Obsidian, you stand alone and Edon says, I don't know why you're hiding behind that mask, but it must be easy for you. Must be good to have a barrier to hide behind. You notice that the old woman makes a step forward, Obsidian.
Obsidian will lift the mask up, put it on top of his head, show his face to Edon, and will say, I really need a good reason to help you. Can you give me one?
He looks flabbergasted, dumbfounded, and he says, "Have pity."
Pity. I do. I really do. I pull the mask back on. And I'll turn and walk away with the others.
As you turn, he gives out a shriek, and you feel footsteps moving behind you, Obsidian. But before you can turn around, you hear Crocus's voice simply say, "Nature shows no pity." A dire bear, the size of a cart, explodes towards Eden. He turns around and with a scream is just swiped up by the vast creature. Is just dragged away by the creature into the darkness of the trees. And is gone. You are alone now in the forest as you stand there. You are now on the borders of where the lumbered wood meets the wilderness. It is your choice where you go from now. Will you return to the village, or what will you do?
I don't really want to go back to the village. Don't feel I can look them in the eye, given that we didn't really avenge them in any way.
Did we have avenged them? Would you not show mercy, Obsidian?
I'm sorry?
Would you not show mercy?
Would I not show mercy?
Forgiveness. That's what we asked her to do.
The situation was thus. We had one person who made a very bad decision because he felt threatened to do so. Admittedly, doesn't make it right. But because of his actions, stuff happened. Or we had one person who was actually responsible. And we had the choice between the two.
How was he threatened to do an action? He chopped down a tree he knew should.
I found her pretty threatening, didn't you? Men chop down
Yes,
trees
I
all
wouldn't
the
have
time.
chopped down the trees.
I think
He chose to.
we've been to villages, we've stayed in houses built of wood, have we not?
There are plenty of trees.
Men chop down trees. That's what they do.
You can each, now free of the situation, can give me a history check. Silaster, you can give me a level check if it's higher.
It's much higher. 19.
I think knowledge is intelligence, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Straight intelligence roll, if not.
15.
And so you'll have likely have heard of Orn Lothra, whether it be just in stories. It is told that at the end of the world there is a tree that towers over all others in a wilderness known as the Adelin. Sorry, not the Adelin, the Einalar. In the land of Vayrilion. And that is said to be the tree, the father of all or the mother of all trees, sorry. If Crocus is to be believed, that was one of the few remaining children of that particular tree. And you would know that, Silasta, from your elven heritage. That would just be ingrained within you, that all elven kind would know of Ornlothra, being as it was the gateway to the Feywild and then Arvandor, where the elves originally hailed, so the songs say.
Sorry, I might have missed this during conversation earlier. Do we think that he was aware then that it was that tree that he was chopping down, that he was condemning
He
people?
knew he wasn't supposed to chop down that tree.
Yeah, there were old agreements in place to suggest that you're not supposed to lumber that part of the wood, and he did. Deliberately, so. Thought he could make a buck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he did. For a time.
Oh dear.
The life he took is an old one, a precious one, and unlike humans that seem to multiply, the children of Ornlothra are dying. Few are left. And to see it gone, just a sorrow deep.
I can appreciate that.
We could have gone in and killed Crocus. We could have taken revenge for the village. Or tried to. Perhaps it would have been successful. But then, who would have come on Crocus's behalf and taken revenge upon us?
That's not. It's just not the way I think of things. A bunch of innocent villagers died, and we encountered the person that did it. And she has not paid for those deaths.
How should she pay, Obsidian?
Certainly not with being rewarded with what she requests in another death. One more death does not fix. I don't feel that revenge is what she was doing. The villagers didn't chop down that tree. They had nothing to do with it. If it was revenge she was seeking, she would have gone straight for him.
Celeste will go to Obsidian. And in a rare moment, he'll put his hand on Obsidian's shoulder. It doesn't have to be today. We can see what comes of this Drania. But she's not going anywhere. We can always come back.
This is true.
Besides, your horses are in Fanley.
I agree completely. That we can come back. But I feel morally the damage has been done. I am uneasy with that decision. My goal in life, my goal in adventuring is to be good and is to do the right thing, and that in my mind is saving life, not sacrificing it. And whatever justification we may have come up with, what just happened sits deeply uneasy with me. And has given me cause for thought.
Here's found the thought for you. Eidos is killed and been the cause of many deaths. Will we accept him in our company?
This is true. I would not hand him another.
He doesn't ask for another.
This is also true. I realise that morally we always have to make these decisions and they're not as simple as black and white. I appreciate that, but when it comes to saving life or sacrificing life, I will always choose to save it where possible. I don't feel this was a decision I could make, as I would have surely handed my own life over in that situation.
A voice comes from behind. Many. And Kidos walks past you and he says, "Of my kind, I have killed many." And like keeps walking as he goes.
You know.
You can, yeah, I mean, Brigadier
We will
Whist.
return to collect the horses.
Yeah. As you make your way back, then we'll bring up the Thanley map one last time. Well, until perhaps you come back. Who knows? It sounds like maybe you might come back for some unfinished business. As you return, you return back to Thanley, and Sergeant Reg is there, waiting, and he says, "I shall not ask where Edon is. I think I know. This is my full report." He holds it out. "If it is indeed your will to do good here, then I would have it sent. I can do so by flying it upon a rook, or I can entrust it into your hands that it is delivered into the hands of the Dragon Guard. They would reward you for your efforts in this matter."
Salas will reach to take it.
Yeah, he gives it to you, and he says, "This is, you can give this to my cousin. He is from this place, but ascended high in the ranks of the Dragon Guard. His name is Creed. He serves Danico, the commander of the Dragon Guard." And he gives you the report, and then he unbuckles his sword as well. Just a standard long sword, but inscribed with the insignia that you likely recognise to be of Valdinor make obsidian, and he hands it to you as well. "Silaster, this is my commission. I will await to receive whatever justice is due to me."
Looking at the sword, looking at the others, I'll pass it back.
He looks confused.
Surely, it's best defending your people.
Oh, you bloody hypocrite. I'm not there. I'm with my horses. But I think you're a hypocrite.
He nods and says, "Perhaps you are right, but only until the time that those who would come seeking justice will find me. This dagger..." Oh, well, no, sorry, he didn't have the dagger anymore. That dagger is gone. That dagger is still somewhere in the woods.
That dagger is with...
It is what
well,
I
we don't
meant-
know where Edon's gone.
It was what I had meant to reward you with for defeating such a dreadful beast. It would have at least sold well.
Just grabbing it off my inventory.
Barrel.
Sadly. but you could at least take my commission. It is or the gold of my commission. It is it has not been earned. And he gives forth 250 gold pieces.
Obsidian will take none.
I was going to say, so he goes, here's my sword, keep the sword. Here's the gold, keep the gold.
Yeah.
Obsidian doesn't want it, he won't take it.
Ansel?
Split it between you.
No, I don't think Ansel particularly wants to take it. I don't think it's...
Well, Salasta has no grudges about taking the gold, so he'll put the 250 into his coat.
Fair enough.
Every decision Salasta makes. Every time he randomly kills somebody or does something, just...
You just randomly kill people.
There was a butler. I'll tell you the tale one
That
day.
wasn't
of a
random.
butler. Yeah, we didn't know what the butler was beforehand. We just knew he was a butler who he randomly broke the neck off for no reason other than he was dead.
He was given a contract.
He was dead.
Just you
He was
wait.
dead. You can call it a contract all you like, but it was a dare. That's all it was. I dare you to kill that guy. Okay,
Sorry.
that's all it was.
250, yeah?
He was halfway. He was halfway through saying, "If you decline it, then I shall share it among the families." As I asked the two.
Yeah.
Yes.
Takes it.
You horrific,
Oh my God.
horrific thing. Oh my God. Wow.
In Salasta's eyes, Adon committed a horrible crime, so...
Master Obsidian, the Black Whisperer, Mr. Nobia, well fed and watered, says Brigadier Whist. Perhaps we should hit the trail before anything else.
Out of here. I think that's a great idea. Yeah. Absolutely. Obsidian's just glaring at Silasta, but he can't tell because he's got a mask on.
And there it is that you leave the lumber town of Thanley as mournful as when you had arrived, but the problem was solved, for now at least. So where you are, I believe, with good time, you will make Valdinor by the dawn of the next day. That is still your intention to go there.
Nah, let's go to Snarewood instead.
Yeah.
Just skip Valdinor completely.
No, we'll get to that.
Well, Snarewood seems like a possible thing to do on the way, maybe
A follow-up.
to the Hollow Descent,
Yeah.
seeing as it's betwixt that and Valdinor.
It is betwixt, isn't it?
To Valdinor, then.
So you move for the rest of the day. You'll be able to rest in the evening, and then make Valdinor the following morning. I will roll to see if you encounter anything in the rest of the day. Okay. I'd like you each to do a spot check for me, please.
Oh my gosh.
21. Gosh.
15.
Paying attention. 18.
You all absolutely catch this. But Ansel, you sense this first. you can feel like a drumming on the ground. And then looking sharply up as the sun is low in the sky, you see silhouetted on the horizon a single rider galloping across the plains of this place. And as the rider goes by, lifts a horn hewn from some ancient creature, lifts it to his mouth, and the figure on the horse gallops by. Tidings! Grave tidings! You look out across the horizon and you can see another rider galloping past, this time further on the horizon, and another, them lighting torches so they can see their way in the darkness. Grave tidings! The man rides past you almost. The king is dead! Long live the king! More riders gallop past. The king is dead! Long live the king! And soon the riders have passed in the night as quickly as they had come.
Were they heading towards Valdinor or away?
Away from Valdinor. You imagine
spreading.
Some to Thanley, some further afield.
Is that presumably that's a big event. And so we'll say to Obsidian, who is the resident of Valdinor.
So what I know of the king, was he old? Is that proper old?
So we've had a brief discussion, a good few sessions back about the royalty of Valdinor. You would know, Obsidian, that old King Dectus had been king of Valdinor for many, many years, decades and decades. You think maybe even up to 60 years, perhaps? He was there for a very long time. But if this is it's shattering news in a lot of ways. It's something that has been key to Valdinor throughout your entire life, and it suddenly just struck you as perhaps you can't even quite believe it.
Yeah, like that's insane. He's always been the king. as long as I've known Valdinor, he's always been the king. That's crazy. Wow, I don't really know what to do with this news, to be honest. They haven't given us much more than the king is dead. That's...
What, and the new king?
I just the next in line for the throne would be his son. What was that?
Yeah, I think at this point, we'll see if you can. It's not going to be a difficult roll. You could either give me a history or your level, seeing as you are from Valdinor.
It'll have to just be my level. Cause I know
you might not concern yourself with the movements of royalty. Who knows?
23.
Oh, he does. He's
he's a royalist.
Day to day, isn't it? I think I have dreams of dealing with a royal funeral. We need to get back there.
Yes,
I can do it. I'm good at this stuff now. I'm even better.
So you sort of jog your memory, and you definitely know the first in line to the throne would fall to Prince Vrandon, by all accounts a skilled warrior and diplomat, a figure known either for being famous because he's famous or because he's infamous in a number of ways as well. A figure of divided opinion. Vrandon, I will put in the chat. You can probably guess. Kidos will step forth from the fire now that you've made camp and say, in this critical time, the leader of this realm has fallen.
So it would seem. It is inopportune, isn't it?
Perhaps he shall rest, as Gao soon will, says Gao.
Perhaps. I don't know how much of a mighty warrior the king was. I mean, I've heard stories, but...
Will his power move to his spawn?
His eldest son will, I believe, take the throne now and be crowned. Probably fairly shortly. There's a mourning period and all of that. But this has never happened in my lifetime, so I don't really know. But yes, I would imagine his son will now take the throne.
And this throne is housed in the city, says Kidos, leaning forward.
Yes. It is.
I have thoughts on this city. While I sympathize, the word comes difficult to him. We must discuss matters of practicality.
Fire away.
Yeah.
Would you have me enter the city with you?
If you're like an all-time high, perhaps it's best if the...
If things have been, thrown into turmoil, might be a bit of a...
Maybe the three core members of the strangers should enter the city, and the
Yeah, I mean, we're
should...
suspicious enough, isn't it?
So you'll remain behind, says Gao.
Sorry?
So Gao says, so you'll remain behind. He immediately thinks he's one of the core members.
I see how it is. I think what my friend meant to say is founding members rather than core members. That's
Oh, well, why didn't he say?
I mean, to err is human.
Master of
We'd
Obsidian,
probably be best
sorry to interrupt.
with less. But
Perhaps I should at least accompany with you to further discuss the arrangement of working with you.
Oh yeah, Brigand of Whisk can come. He's fairly inoffensive, isn't he?
He grins at Gao,
He just looks fairly
and
rock standard.
Gao just glares at him.
No offense, Gal, but your mighty frame does draw attention. And attention is a thing, perhaps, that we would like to avoid.
I will remain on the outskirts, says Kidos. As for Gao here, I will not speak for him. I will remain, he says.
I mean, maybe the pair of you could go hunting for bandits or something. Get some fighting done. Have a bit of fun.
I will make use of the time, says Kidos.
When we reach the city Obsidian, will you offer your services to the new king to take care of the old king?
I can try, but I do
I think you
believe
should.
the king's probably got royal Morticians. I mean, my business was
Why
good,
not? 60 years of
but I tend to deal with the peasantry.
peasants and kings all look the same under the ground.
Yeah, this is true. I just, I don't know. How do I describe? I don't want to describe my my funeral services as budget, but
You could put on a stops. Do a deluxe.
we could try. I've certainly gained some skills and knowledge since traveling. So let's just go and see what the Happy Haps is first.
So it is agreed that Gao and Kidos will remain away from the city walls. They will make some arrangement of how they can be found. That is something we can detail at another time. You can just arrange that you'll check in at some point or other. Or you can send them a rook.
I can send them a rook.
We have multiple ways to contact them. It's all good.
I did technically do the evening roll, so that will be fine. You're able to rest. Your vigils will be the same as usual. Is there anything else that you would do on this vigil until before we continue?
Celasta would like another sparring match before they break ways.
Very good. He will he will turn to you, Silasta, as you're sort of slightly away from the camp. One of the three moons gleaming behind him, and he will say, "I made note of your actions in the woods, elf. As I said to you before, those that wield a weapon merely use it as a crutch. You gave that man a crutch. The dagger in his hand. You sentenced him to die.
Inevitably, he brought the deaths of those villagers on himself. What he did with that crutch was his choice. I merely returned it to him.
Indeed. He will bow. Where were we? Let's do the same. 3 attack rolls, please. One at a time. Tell me the result you get. Kidos starts strong.
For Celasta, 21 isn't too bad.
Yeah, you fall back into the flow of things. You begin sparring. But you feel that Kidos has definitely been holding back his energy for conflict, and he is expelling it now in battle with you, as he is actually much faster than you in this rate. He turns aside many of your attacks. Again.
Oh, no, he's got the upper hand there. 17.
Beats it on the die. You just swing well, you tell me what your attack is against him.
Oh, if he's dodging everything, then this would again just be a fist just coming across, aiming for his chin, but I imagine he's probably just stepping aside. And
it's not even that. He brings his elbow up and just elbows your inner arm and just disables the attack completely. You feel your arm deaden from the strike just because. Is this the same with you? You are like a book once read, predictable.
25.
Moves out of the way and spins, smashing you in the back with a kick that sends you stumbling to the ground. My prize remains mine. He gestures to the amulet on his chest.
As it should be for now.
Obsidian, anything... sorry, Ansel would be the middle watch, right? Anything on your watch, Ansel?
No, nothing crazy. I think he's always keeping an eye out for odd things like him, but he's not going to chat with Gal this time. I do enjoy a chat with Gal, but nothing in particular.
Very good. And Obsidian, anything on your watch before the dawn?
I think he'll, in amongst some of the random crap in the back of the necro wagon he's got lying around, he's probably got some sort of chess-like game. So he'll sit and play a game of that with Trick in the quiet, and just try and outdo each other. Just sort of getting to know each other a little bit, having little conversations in the night.
You have many tricks yourself, Master Obsidian.
Yeah, I really do, and hopefully there'll be more to come as well.
What's the
I think
matter?
I'm going to need them.
You seem very sad.
Sad is the wrong word. Not sad. Wary is perhaps more apt.
Wary keeps us alive.
It does. Yes.
He
One
licks
just
his
must
yellow
be
teeth.
wary of the correct people. I do love him.
He turns back into a raven at the end of your watch, Obsidian, as the light begins to gleam. And there, as you begin your journey, you make the final approach to the oldest city in MainRealm. And there you see it. A great city with many towers standing strong against its mountain seat. Its white walls gleam in the light of the sun like a beacon. Its battlements glitter with steel, and where its turrets would usually be bright with many banners, they are now dressed in funeral black, adorned with the emblem of a silver-blue draconic crown. You have finally arrived at Valdinor. And that is where we will take a very short break. For those of you watching live, thank you ever so much for tuning in. If you are enjoying this and you haven't done so already, give us a follow, and if you're watching this after the fact, give us a like and subscribe if you want to see more. We'll be right back. and we have returned. And as we return, we see the spectacle that is Valdinor. It is as I described, this sweeping city. It is the oldest city, apparently, in MainRealm. And as you approach, you begin to join real traffic to and from the city. You're a couple of hours out, and already you're sort of like noticing like an increase of footfall, carts moving back and forth, but a number of people seem to be walking along, dropping flowers as they go along the path. You find as you are walking towards the great city, your wagon's wheels trundle over the leaves of ferns and wild posies and poppies and hibiscus and marley, all in reverence, it seems, of this particular day. It is a good while, but eventually those walls that seem to be that of a toy castle in the distance now loom above you, as high as any battlements you may have seen. Not the biggest fortress in the world, but certainly an imposing one. It sits there, nestled against the walls of the Grenial Mountains, and it is there that makes it a particularly difficult place to attack, and that's why it stood for as long as it has. You find that the pathway to Valdinor is a steep one, and the land that you move through goes from the vast, sweeping agricultural fields that used to feed the city, and now become just open plain, rising following this solemn road ever higher until you stand before the gates of the city. And as I described before, where the battlements would be bright with many banners, and now they are all dressed in funereal black. As you approach, you definitely begin to join the unmistakable queue. You look down and you see, as you move over a bridge, a deep gully that leads to a moat, and then you see the walls obviously looming in front of you, as droves of people make their way into the city. Some coming out as they, still have jobs to do, even if the king dies. Toil continues ever on. But it would seem that those arriving are still being inspected and questioned, not terribly or tyrannically, but just the duty of those guards that stand at the gate to get a rough idea of who's coming into the city. Mr. Nobby and Black Whisper trundle along this bridge well practiced. Obsidian, you have known this bridge of old, and whether you grew up in the heart of the city or in its outskirts, this would be a very familiar place to you. The guards are continuing to question people, and you imagine that line of questioning will fall to the three of you. Is there anything that you wish to discuss, anything you want to say or do before you enter the great city?
My only question is, do I have, given that I'm a resident, that I have property here,
yes,
do I have, a seal of some sort, or a document to
travel permit.
Prove that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be fair to say that you would. Certainly, you'll have the deed of your business. Yeah, in your pocket you unfurl this crumpled bit of parchment, sealed. You sort of like note that the seal is in the name of the old king, and that's jarring. It's just another reminder of just a sudden shift, a sudden change in the hierarchy of the world. So you're looking for your papers, Silaster. Are you thinking of doing anything, or are you just gonna? What are you thinking or doing?
Well,
Kill them all!
Kick someone off the bridge into the moat.
Just gonna slowly assassinate each one in turn.
just throw them all. No, Salaster is just going to, proceed as normal. Not hiding anything. He's just as per. And then kill a peasant or two.
Ansel Cry sort of skitters up your arm and sits on your shoulder and says, "It is so loud, Ansel."
Yes, there's more people than I think I've ever seen before, Cry.
Many hearts,
There's so many of them.
many voices.
Yes. Many feelings. You need to find somewhere quieter. Feel free, Cry. I don't think we're in danger here.
You like curl up inside like part of your clothing, maybe up your sleeve or in a hood.
I like the idea of the sleeve you can dart out.
Yeah, you can zip out and hit people. Yeah. That terrifying noise he makes. So he goes inside to hide in your sleeve. Mr. Nobby and Black Whisper sort of pull up and in a well-practiced maneuver, just stop in front of the guard. Good afternoon. A stout guard will look up at you, his face drawn and exhausted. You can tell that the amount of people coming into the city today. State your business.
I am visiting my home betwixt my travels. I have documents. Betwixt.
He sort of looks and says,
Betwixt my travels yonder.
"Ride on." The guards move halberds aside, and like that, Mr. Nobby and Black Whisper move the necro wagon.
Much obliged.
You trundle through the vast gates of the city, and soon you see behind the walls a many-tiered city that rises in splendor the further up the mountain it goes. It's white walls, greyed and blemished by time, but still splendid, still glorious in the morning sun. As you make your way through the city, you see the bustling of a completely different world to anything outside of the walls. This is an urban world, a world of back alleys and sprawling streets. You hear the clang of the ironmongers and the thudding of woodworks. You can hear the cries of oarmen coming from the river dock. You note that a great river moves along the side of Valdinor, which helps trade come and go to the great city. And it is there that I ask you, in this great sprawling metropolis, what do you do?
So you're going to say roll initiative.
Roll initiative, the entire city.
Let's go. Bring it on.
Valdinor is challenge rating 30. Go. Go.
Well,
Yeah.
do you, Ansel, Silas, do you have any ideas for plans for yourselves? Anything you want to see while you're here in this city?
I have some possible contacts for future work, but I think it'd be best to find somewhere we can base. There's so many people.
Somewhere we can base. I mean, I can certainly lead you to an appropriate place. Contacts, you say? What kind of work?
Murdering.
I don't know.
Interesting. Ansel, any plans?
I don't know if I've ever been here before, Obsidian. Certainly not during the day. And, I don't think that I would know anyone here. No one who's still alive, anyway. I'm happy to, take your advice. Is any, hotspots or tourist destinations? Any must-sees?
I mean, there's plenty to see. Unfortunately, I think normally I would suggest that you go and have a look at the palace, which is sensational and wonderful and amazing, but it's probably not the best time at the moment, given the current situation.
A shame. I don't think I've ever seen a palace before.
Well, I'm sure we can go and have a look. I think that whilst we're here, we certainly want to. I was actually going to go on your advice and offer my possible services. Not entirely sure how to go about that, but I'm sure there's a contact to do with the palace. Also, is there a grand library? Like there's a main kind of university or college or place of learning? Because part of why we're here. Apologies, mad dog. Part of why we're here is to research, right? Things that we were curious about, things further afield, to sort of learn as much as we can about what we may be facing.
Yeah, rather aptly named, the Great Library. You can be found within the heart of the city, in the Guild Quarter. Actually, there was a notable decision that knowledge should be made accessible to those that dwell in the city. So it isn't lofty in the heights of the noble quarter. It is actually a grand building, but a grand building accessible by those that wish to enter.
We need to return this report to Creed.
Right. Okay, that actually is a good connection then to the palace. I think that's probably a good idea. So I think first we should like you say, we should set up base. Obsidian's just looking at Silas style. We should set up base.
Maybe you should tell all the people who you don't want him to kill.
Well, Silastra was wondering actually if I could have a little, just a little word.
Tate-a-tate.
Just a little word.
Is there somebody you do want killed?
No. I'm a little conflicted on my situation here, but I have things that I must attend to, and you have at least proved yourself an ally to me numerous times, but lately we've maybe had some disagreements morally. So I'm gonna say this, and I'm trying to think of exactly how to word it. You're going to discover some things, and I mean this not as a threat, just as a fact. If I discover, and this counts for both of you, that our trust that we have built is in any way not what I thought it was in relation to what you may discover about me here in this city, I will not hesitate in erasing you from existence. Again, it's not a threat. It is just a fact. And I hope that you will come to understand why I feel the need to say that.
Fair enough. I respect you as a combatant, as a party member. Let us hope I'm not paid.
I will take you to my home. I will, yeah. I obviously, I know the way. I'm not going to point that at Brigadier Whist because I don't feel he can handle it. But I think he gets the idea.
He is seeing you in a whole new light, which, to be honest, he's seen you in many shades, all the three of you at this time, and chooses to remain silent, but takes your direction. The Necrowagon sweeps through the city. You move through the outskirts, basically following the outer wall of the city for some time. You move through the merchant district. You see many different market squares, and the scent of 1,000 different smells and flavours reach you.
It's a really good place for shopping, guys, if you're...
Yeah, it's gonna.
I'll point some stuff out as we're going.
It's gonna be easier to roll for things.
It's a lovely pie shop over there.
Yeah, that actually has potions.
It's really nice pie shop.
You put the potions in the pies.
Oh, sorry, pie. You said pie shop.
Yeah.
Yes,
Pie shop. They also sell potions.
Potions everywhere.
You know, blacksmiths, all of that stuff. On the way through the city as we get closer to our destination, Obsidian will take the mask and the hat off, sort of brush his hair out a bit and hang it on a hook in the back of the Necrowagon. And his leather jacket, he's just got like a scraggy kind of black kind of cloth shirt on. And he'll hang that in the back as well. And he looks decidedly...
First time we've seen you without the mask.
No, you've definitely seen him without the mask once or twice, but this time, like, he takes the lot off. His hair is, in the light of day, is decidedly greyer than it may have appeared in the past, but looks like it's grayer nearer the roots, like he's maybe used a bit of black dye there, and Yeah, he just looks decidedly a lot more like a random town person you might happen across in your travels, and less of an adventure. Much less imposing now.
Obsidian, you feel like your heart is in your throat for a moment because you now find yourself making the practice maneuvers of driving home. You take the reins from Brigade of Whist for the last straight, and you turn the corner onto the street of mourning. And there you see it, the great headstone that stands in front of your home that was repurposed to be a sign to show this is the establishment Graves and Co. Which we will move to.
Wicked.
And as the necrowagon trundles to a halt, you hear one word shouted high. Dad!
Yeah, he opens his arms and sweeps up. Is it the little girl in front?
Aelin rushes from the establishment, charges towards the cart and throws herself at you. Her arms around you. You came back! You came back! In the doorway, you see a woman. Her face almost ghost white. Tears brimming in her eyes. And she says, beyond all hope, we prayed for your return. And returned you have. And she throws herself, her arms around your neck as well, Obsidian.
Yeah. He gives them both a great big embrace, holds onto them, holds them tight, and kind of spins them around a little bit, and then looks at Silaster and just does the glare again. And then kind of shuts his eyes and, is involved in greeting his family. Of course they came back. I've got stories to tell you, and I have treasures to share, and I also have a couple of new friends.
You notice that your wife has been staring at the two figures, Brigade of Whist as well, up at the car, up at you, Ansel and Silaster. You see a raven-haired woman, quite beautiful, probably the same age as Obsidian, and she says, well, any friend of Bogram is a friend of mine.
Bogram.
We're just... You stick to Obsidian. It's my business name.
Is there a
How do
problem?
you spell it?
I like to think of Silaster and Sensible both have the same look of just
Obsidian
at the same time.
He doesn't say anything. He just kind of shuts his eyes and takes a breath, like he forgot that was going to come out.
My name is Naya Graves, and I want to thank you both for accompanying my beloved husband home. We received your rook some time ago, but we did not expect you back so soon. Oh, you look absolutely disgustingly filthy. Come in, quickly, before they see you, the neighbours.
I mean, we could do with a wash. I think all of us. We probably stink. Yeah, we weren't planning on coming back quite so soon. But business.
And what's your name?
Brought us here.
What's your name, Master Elf? She suddenly catches herself. I'm so sorry. I just don't think I've ever met any of your kind before. What is your name?
Salasta lowers his hood and awkwardly extends a hand. He's like human greetings. He's a bit like Silasta Faluna.
She shakes your hand. Pleased to meet you. Please, this is Aelin, my youngest, and sadly, Werner hasn't come out.
Aelin.
Aelin is the young girl who is clinging to Bogram Graves' knee.
Aelin is my daughter. My son Werner. Yeah. I think I need to check up on him. He's been having some trouble.
And your name? She says, looking up at you, Ansel, craning her neck almost.
My name is Ansel, and it has been my pleasure to travel with Bogram these past few weeks.
Now what? I mean,
Ansel peers around Bogram to Aelin and says, Aelin. And he almost folds down to a similar height. Obviously, he's still towering, but he's much closer. And sort of making eye contact with the child, says, your father has not stopped talking about you the whole time.
liar.
He's missed you so very, very much, and was desperate to get out.
I might have. She appears to be a girl about the age of 10. I might have been acting her a little too young, but she's probably overwhelmed to see her father also. Aelin appears to be about 10 years old, and her eyes go round as you look down at her, Ansel. But it's not out of fear; it's out of fascination. She stares at you, and it seems particularly interested in you. And she will say, he talked about me often, did he?
Every day.
She smiles, and then she grins up at you, Ansel, and says, you're like Frosty.
Frosty?
She giggles and runs inside.
It just looks like. My friend.
You just changed your name. Just noticed it.
Oh, is she talking about that damn cat again? Right, inside, everyone. We will talk over some.
Let's go.
You timed it just perfectly. Trust you to arrive just before dinner, Bogram. Now all the work's been done for the day.
What can I say?
You pass in and you enter a modest house, but Bogram has probably been a little bit probably modest, I would say, about perhaps his standing. While yes, his clientele probably are lowborn, a mortician and someone who deals with the dead, even in medieval societies, are looked on with the deepest respect. So as much as he jokes, he has a rather splendid, if modest, home. There is an entrance hall where people can be greeted to discuss the dearly departed. There is a sort of showroom that you can spot behind with a number of different coffins that you can choose to select at your whim. There is Bogram's workspace, which is actually sort of a lower level down, almost a cellar level, where the dearly departed, shall we say, is laid to rest and given their final embalmment, shall we say. And then the rest of the space gives way to the living quarters of the Graves family, of which you are led. You are actually led into the back room there, where there is a well-stocked kitchen and a nice pantry, and you can smell the scent of cooking, and you immediately can tell. From the smell, it is one of the family favourites, obsidian. It is a hearty stew that would have been made. I'm just trying to drag you all over there. There we go. Aelin sits by one of the chairs and sort of is in a world of her own, to be honest. And Naya begins bustling with the dinner. You must tell me everything. When did you arrive back? How long has it taken you to get here? What has been happening? Blah, 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 like just 100 questions at you, Bogram. So I suppose it's at this point I will ask generally, what is it that you're saying, and what is it your intention to do now that you're home?
Yeah. Well, I will indicate that, my companions are obviously welcome to stay here. That this is a fairly secure business. And get cleaned up from the road and eat and all of that. I will share a sort of heavily edited version of what we've been doing. It's been a fantastic adventure, and I've been very, very careful and not near death at all.
How
we do need to get rid of any form of netting from the house, though, I realise. Here's my kryptonite. But yeah, like well, not like heavily. I'll make out, because obviously I want so I want the stories of adventure.
Lie to his wife.
No. But he wants the adventure to sound fantastic and adventurous and wonderful, and not necessarily horrible and filled with gore and death. Which it hasn't been a lot of the time, but he might edit out some of the bits about tooth whips.
Oh yeah, the tooth whip, yeah.
Tooth removal, and he might leave out that he almost drowned in a net and was effectively killed by a vampire spawn. I don't know, but he'll still tell them of the vampire battle. He wants it to sound adventurous and fantastic. So it'll be a sort of edited version made to sound awesome and slightly more child-friendly than perhaps it was.
Now, I'm not going to ask you to lie to your family, but I will still need a roll, please.
For sure.
You may choose what that role is, but a role I require.
I know it's not necessarily lying to his family, but I still think probably to embellish and make a story of something is probably bluff, right? Like,
yeah, bluff. Yeah, that's fine. Fine by me, happily.
Roll badly. It was an all right adventure. It was all right.
Roll a 4 on that.
No. You definitely embellish well, and the story is of it is a swashbuckling affair. You tell of your many deeds, and yes, you battled the forces of darkness. Yes, you looked into the eyes of a vampire lord, but you came out the other side, all the better for it, having learned lessons and embraced companionship, and you've broadened your horizons. And she looks at you.
A couple of new scars and stuff that she might notice.
She looks at you, but there's definitely, now that she's had time to properly look at you, There's definitely like a slight underlying concern on her face, but she doesn't say anything. Please, you must eat. You are each served food, and Aelin sits up and like she's eating, but as she's eating, her eyes are just fixed on you, Ansel, as she like shuffles like spoon after spoon of stew into her mouth. Werner, it's on the table.
Yeah.
I won't tell you again.
Bring me the boy.
The boy.
Bring me the boy.
Yeah, after a while, you see a dark-haired scruff of a boy enter, wiry and sullen. And he walks and just plumps himself into a chair that he kind of moves away very slightly from the table, deliberately away from you, Syla. Not you, Syla, sorry. Deliberately away from you, Obsidian.
Yeah, huh? So, don't come out and greet your old dad after all this time?
You're back then.
Yeah. I am.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. I'm back. I said that I would be.
I forgot. It was that long ago.
Oh, right. Oh, I see.
Ooh.
Werner says, Naya, your dad's been away for some time, and we've talked about why that is. He just sort of like sullenly just like looks at his food and he says, I'm not hungry.
Fair enough. No idea.
Can
How
I be
to parent,
excused?
which really doesn't bode well.
I'll just sit here in silence.
Oh boy.
Oh, this is my. What shall I say now?
I will throw him over my knee. No,
Can I be? He says again. Can I be excused?
cast Innovate. No.
Happy bugs. Come on.
You can. You can.
The chair screeches back as he moves away from the kitchen table, and he stomps outside the. That's a window. Sorry, he flies from the window.
Jumps up the fenestrator.
He goes out this way and then out the back door, and you hear it slam, bam, as he goes. It's not been easy, she says. Naya says, rubbing her forehead.
No, I can imagine. I can imagine it hasn't. He just needs some time. He'll be fine. I'll find him. I'll try and fix things a little bit.
Okay.
But we have some stuff to discuss in the meantime. My darling. My adventures have been fruitful.
Really?
Somewhat. And also one of my friends here is pretty good with us. Should I leave him outside with the
Brig-
horse?
I think, well, Brigid is probably outside. If as a matter of fact, he'll probably have tended to the horses. So if you notice that the Necro Wagon has been returned to its place where it was most commonly used. So it would be now here. And if I had
The lobby.
yeah, they'll be watered and fed, and Brigid will be tending to that.
Mr. Nobby. The chap outside with the horses, I've had a little chat with him. He seems quite promising, quite reliable. I wonder if you'd be interested in meeting him, and if you might be comfortable with him maybe helping to reopen the business whilst I continue my business.
Now, Bogram, and she looks suddenly a little bit guilty. Don't be angry.
Who is he?
It's not like that, Bogram. But whilst you've been away, there has been an increase in demand that just had to be met. There was a royal order that we continue our work.
Really?
Yes. And with looking after the two kids, I didn't have enough time to tend to the business. So I got someone to help me.
Uh-huh.
You remember Will? Will Digham?
Reading this, Ansel's going to sort of look between them and go, Alan, perhaps we should go and play outside.
Aelin, your horse has been spectacular. I'm sure he'd love to see you.
Yes, and suddenly perhaps it clicks finally why Mr. Nobby is named the way he is, as the 10-year-old rushes out the door, happy to go and greet the loyal steeds.
Yeah.
Ansel and Silasta, are you going to?
I think that Ansel takes the little girl outside to play, but Silasta just sits there.
Yeah, I'll listen to this.
Amazing.
I mean, Silas has got no shame in his because he's just sat there, just like, yep.
What of it?
Do I remember this person? Will?
Right, Will Digham. Yeah.
Will Digham.
Sat there.
Will Digham is someone you know well, Bogram. The man runs, or at least has been, shall we say, enthusiastic about setting up his own establishment one day. And it seems has rather helpfully come to offer his services in making sure the place is upkept. But yes, you know this guy from a long while back. Someone who was on the scene, who is definitely eyeing your patch, shall we say.
Right. It's fine.
He only works half the week, and it's just been helpful because, like I say, there was a royal order. I was literally ordered to open again, and it was so difficult to get in touch with you. I only heard from you once since you've been away, this whole time.
Yeah, I'm very sorry about that. I mean, as you're aware, it's been very, very difficult to...
Are you still there, Silasta?
Yes!
Even Ansel has an ounce of shame.
No, he's just like, I will continue listening.
Social knowledge.
Just taking it all in.
Human interaction. So curious.
Curious.
Yeah,
He seems angry.
it's just been incredibly difficult to make contact. We've been on the road a lot. It's taken us to some very strange places, and we've met some very strange people. Weirdly, people that wear animal costumes a lot, and it's...
Animal costumes?
Yeah, there's been a lot of animal costumes.
There was word of this. Some fanatics that were dressing strangely and occult burning things to the west.
Yeah, they were pretty nasty, but we've been working to eliminate them. I think we've mostly solved the problem. I think the militia are now dealing with the stragglers, but it was unusual. So yeah, it's been difficult. It's been difficult to get in touch as often as I'd like. But I appreciated your letter. But as I say, I have ways now of helping the business along and maybe wrestling it from the hands of competitors who maybe have muscled their way in and
He was helping us, Bogram. He's only ever just wanted to help. He's even brought groceries home for me when I've been too busy.
Yeah, I bet he has.
Michael. Was that popcorn, Michael?
I don't know what's on the plate, but he's just taking his sweet time.
Just having a nibble.
Oh, okay.
Oh dear.
So that's what's been happening.
Okay.
The only other person...
I think...
Sorry, go on.
I think that we should... well, I need to get cleaned up, and I need repairs on some of my travel gear, and thanks for food and all of that. Silasta, obviously you and Ansel are more than welcome to stay here. Do feel free. But if you have any people you want to go and meet, now would be a great time to do that. Because I'm just gonna stay home for a while. I need maybe a couple of days just with my family.
There's plenty of room, Naya says, and the inn prices have just been rocketing, so I'm told, and that'll be even more so now that the king... We haven't even talked about the king!
The king. I mean, yeah, this is a thing, isn't it? We definitely want to know what that's about.
Old man Olam.
We only heard as we were coming into the city.
Old man Olam, he's been missing you more than us, I think. He's been crying out for your return on a daily basis, and then when this happened, he's been adamant that you must come back. Adamant.
Mm-hmm.
In that case, Bogram, could you just show me a couple of directions outside?
I can. I mean, you can take one of the horses if you'd like.
I don't need a horse.
You don't need a horse. Okay, that's fine.
Yes, if you could show me outside of this room where I need to go.
Sure. Now I'll be back. I just have to point my friends in the right direction. They've got some stuff that they need to get to whilst they're here in the city. So I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back.
She
Sort of backs out of the
is
room.
dismayed, but yeah, lets you go, and off you go. You are directed, however, before you go, she will insist, Ansel, Silaster, there is room for you upstairs should you want to stay here, and downstairs, of course.
Silaster will just turn to Bogram. I understand now why you are protective. So, let me say, if it puts you at ease, for the next 2 nights, I shall stay. I aim to find the acid flagon. I shall remain there for 2 nights. And then on the 3rd day, is that enough time for you and your family?
I think so. I mean, we have strangers' business in the city that I fear we should definitely look into. I just am hyper aware that we're have been up against some very powerful foes with powerful magic, and if they were to find out about my family, that would put them in big risk. And I did this to improve the lives of my children. So, thank you for your understanding. As I say, you are more than welcome to stay here, but if it serves your purpose in the city better, I can show you where that is. Absolutely.
I shall head there. But on the 3rd day, I will return here. 2 nights, 3rd day. I should hopefully give you time to reacquaint yourself. If this Will Diggum gives you trouble...
I mean, I've got plans for Will. I've got plans.
Mates rates.
Not to worry. I have definitely got plans. That involve some delightful uses of my new skills, let's say. Yeah. So...
Well, let's just find Ansel, and I shall tell him of my plans.
Absolutely.
While we're having this discussion, we'll move to Ansel, who is outside.
I actually have to disappear for a second. Hopefully for a second. I will be back. But do carry on.
All good, mate. All good.
Outside. I will go back with the wife and
very good. Very good.
Catch up.
All good.
Catch
Ansel,
up. Nothing.
We understand. There is a limit to what we roleplay in the game. And what we leave until after the game. So, Ansel, you're outside, and you look and you see beyond there is a yard with lots of old, broken bits of mason work, sort of blemished, unfinished grey stones. Some are clearly laid there for some time and have not actually been used. Some of them, a grave, pardon the pun, mistake was made, and it was never used. So there's just like this graveyard at the side of the home, and you can see the shape of Werner kicking stones out there. But as you see him, Aelin, the young girl, she had rushed out to say hello to Mr. Nobby and Black Whisper. If I can grab her, there she is. So she's tending to the horses, and as she pets. Oh, it's so good to see them. Have they been looking after you? She'll say to you, Ansel.
They've been looking after us incredibly well. They've ferried us halfway across the land and back. Did I hear right? Did I hear that you named the horses?
Well, I named Mr. Nobby. Dad named Black Whisper.
That makes sense.
I think he was
Mr. Nobby's
trying.
a much better name.
I think so too. He was just trying to be cool, I think.
That sounds right. You know, you have Mr. Nobby as a pet. I have a pet too, sort of. And Cry, he's going to get Cry to come out from his sleeve nest.
Oh, isn't he just wonderful? And Cry sort of like runs like down your arm and like clambers up onto her shoulder.
Now, I've got a request. This is my friend Cry, which I think it's a bit of a silly name. A long time ago, they called me the Knave of the Sickle Moon, and my best friend in all the world gave me a new name of Ansel. Would you give Cry a new name for me?
She will look up at you and then look down at the creature that is sort of seemingly transfixed by the girl, in a way that almost seems familiar. And she says, "A new name? Won't he get confused?"
I don't think so. I very quickly became accustomed to my new name.
Can I at least think about it? I took a while to decide on Mr. Nobby. It was between that and Patches, thanks to the little spots on his nose.
That would have been a good name too. Why don't you look after Cry while we're here? And then you can come up with a good name for him by getting to know him.
Oh, I would love that, yes. He'll get along just fine. I'll have to introduce him to Frosty.
Yes. Is Frosty a cat?
Yes. Yes, he is a rather marvellous cat.
Can I just have a quick word with Cry?
Yes.
And Ansel will call Cry back.
Yeah, immediately he does. He returns.
Very, very quietly in his ear, he's going to say, "Don't eat the cat."
Very well. Ansel. It is good that I will have a new name. I wonder what it will be.
So do I. It's been long overdue. It's too much of a leftover from before times.
Do you want to forget?
And not forget, perhaps. Move on.
Cry will sort of like give a nod and will glide down your arm onto the floor and then zip along to follow Aelin, who will clearly go off to try and find Frosty the cat. Silaster, it is your wish to move away. Are you going to go alone?
Well, I imagine I would have their conversation and my inability to read a social situation probably would have happened very much the same time. So I'd probably be coming out at this point to let Ansel know what my plans are.
Go ahead then. By all means, discuss.
Leaving Bogram with the missus. Hello there.
Yes, I think he may need. Look how you're behind me.
Oh, jeez.
Turn around. Yes, I think he may need some time to get reacquainted, but sort of fair.
He said he wanted a couple of days, so I have suggested to him I will return into after 2 nights and then return here again. His wife, partner, his family asked that we, extended her offer that we stay, but I feel I do not wish to stay and intrude. So I'm going to head to the Acid Flagon and spend the next 2 nights there, and then come back on the 3rd day.
I think they need a little time alone. Cry will stay here. I can come with you. Cry will let us know if we're needed.
Very good. I think it's safe to warn you, as it appears Bogram does not take too kindly to my line of work, but I have some jobs to do.
Well, if I can be of any assistance.
For now.
So, sorry, I don't know if I actually understood. So, are you both going to move off together, or are you going to do your separate things? It's entirely up to you. You can decide either way.
Ansel has no business in town, so he's going to stick with Silaster. But obviously, Cry's going to be here, so if anything happens, Cry can let me know through our empathic link.
Yeah, of course.
And, I mean, Silaster's got no quarrel, but on the other side, I don't think he really wants to split the pay, so he's, yeah, he'll do what needs be.
Okay.
Do you mean he's going to kill Ansel?
I'll do what I have to do.
But his head, it's so tall.
Yes, the jump.
Very well. So it's your. Where do you want to go first, then? In that case.
Well, I want to head to the Acid Flagon. I do have a stop off. I want to make it the Thrifty Tricks, but I think finding a place to stay is possibly first on the agenda.
Very good. In that case, then, that is what we will do. I will quickly copy just the two of you, then, in that case, as we, I think for the first time, properly split the party.
Oh, Hot Ross Buns is back.
Welcome, Hot Ross Buns! Thanks for joining us. Certainly a homecoming for a few of us back in Valdinor for the first time in many, many years. I'm just trying to grab your characters. I think it'll be easier if I just do this. So on the journey, you will be greeted by many sights and sounds. The back and forth of the city is pretty overwhelming, certainly for perhaps the two of you that aren't very used to the hustle and bustle. You find yourself making your way to the outskirts of the city, but on the other side of the city. You notice that you wind down now muddy paths as you make your way to definitely a poorer end of the city. The mood becomes ever so slightly tenser as people jostle past you and shoulder check you on your way. But are gone it so quickly that it isn't worth the trouble in stopping. And it's beginning to darken. And eventually, with some direction, you're able to find the acid flagon. Hopefully, if I can bring you over.
Boy.
Even this shell's busy.
Even that shithole
I'm assuming it's a shell.
is busy. There is the loud noise of the nightlife beginning to stir effectively. Jaunty music plays from this tavern, and swinging on one chain, the sign is broken off slightly, and you see it swinging in the wind, batting off the wall, the stone wall, and you can see quite clearly it says the acid flagon. And it says underneath, established some date early in the Third Era.
Ooh. Old.
Yeah. Do you want to go in?
Keep your eye out for a dwarf. His name's Scardy. Oh, not. No, he's gone. Just me. Fine. And he's back. That was weird.
Uh-oh. That's good.
Ah, you're back.
Fresh. Oh, he's not back for me. Is he back for you?
You were, and now he's
Hey!
vanished again. Ah.
Yeah, there's a back button on my mouse next.
I've lost your picture again, so.
I can see him. Oh, we were doing so well. We did so well.
Can you see? There's Rob.
Hello. Can you see everyone? Everyone, I can see you both. Perfect.
Yeah.
Yes, an acrid smell reached your nostrils as the two of you. That's muscle memory for you. The two of you arrive in the acid flagon. Unfriendly eyes follow you as you enter. Feel free to use your tokens to enter.
Oh, you used the other door, did you?
I did.
That's right. There are
thought we'd
two
enter
doors,
at the same time.
On the wall by the entrance, there is a big wheel that looks like it's come from a river barge. You note that you are quite close to the river docks where you are at the moment. You can smell them. It's probably the best way to describe it. And there is a barkeep at the bar that looks at you suspiciously as you enter.
Barkeep.
Alright, strangers, what can I be getting you?
Yes. I need a room for 2 nights. Do you as well? 2 nights?
Yes.
2 rooms for 2 nights. And
some drinks.
food and board. Yeah. Food, drinks. How much?
That'll be 2 gold pieces.
I'll take out of
Between
my...
2 gold pieces.
It's on me, Ansel. I'll take it from my family payment.
So kind.
Yep, you hand over the coin and soon frothing, slightly marred-looking glasses push your way. And he says, food will be out in a minute. You can take one of the benches.
Yes.
And don't spill anything, I've just done the floor.
Oh, I can tell.
Yeah, you look at the floor and like you watch as all different kinds of vermin scatter from you as you move across the area.
Oh. Do I spot any dwarves in the establishment?
Give me a spot check.
Just because you don't like dwarves.
Mm-hmm. 9. So that's just looking at the table. That's his way of looking for them. Just straight.
Nope, Ansel, you can also give me
The
a spot
crowds are too thick, you can't see.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's looking for unless he's told me.
I did before we went in. We're looking for a dwarf named Scardy.
I missed that entirely.
You might have just it might have just been as you went, yeah.
Makes sense.
Your hawk-like gaze, Ansel, just snaps to a dwarf that is just standing by the fireplace. Actually, he's not trying to be too inconspicuous.
It's about literally head's just gone.
Like he's directly like next to Silas. There is a dwarf. Whether he is the dwarf is another matter.
Ansel will just gesture over his shoulder.
Ah. He looks a bit like a human. That's why I didn't see him. I thought anyway. I'm just gonna.
He's got a great big bushy beard. What are you talking about? I'll wait here and take the table. I know your business is your own.
This is open work so far.
Yeah, this man was recommended to you by Revold Croach of the Bronze Banners, so would be a contract for all of you. If he has work.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go with that.
He pulls up the chair next to the dwarf. You Scardy.
Who's asking? A dwarf turns his face to you, and you can see that his eye, one of his eyes, is sort of like blue and greyed out a little bit. You see, like there's a number of gold teeth that glisten behind a grey beard. He has a hood drawn up tight, and you can see that there is a pipe that's lit that's stuck in his beard. You notice as well that there are a number of daggers that hang openly at his side. And he looks at you with sort of like a menace that you imagine a less composed person might be concerned about, Silaster.
So in response to the question, who's asking?
Who's asking?
Patrons whose wallets are light and need filling. And Croach advised Scardy was the dwarf to talk to.
Did he now? It's small wonder why he did. The son of a bitch still owes me 200 gold.
Oh.
We're sure to pass on the message when we next see him.
Be sure that you do. Like, there appears to be sort of like a twitchy nature to the dwarf. Like, he looks you up and down, gives like a long smell from a bulging red nose, and then he says, empty pockets, have you?
Yeah.
Do a spot check. Was that what you rolled, the 9?
Yes.
22.
So you watch as the dwarf sort of like staring at Silaster, like with his like offhand, you see that a small wire hook has gone inside Silaster's belongings, and he goes, and as you say, he goes empty pockets, and then he flips your coin purse into the air, catches it in his hand, and goes, "They are now," and he throws it back to you.
I'll be damned. A nimble dwarf.
You're looking for work, then? I have a number of things that might be of interest to you, but first, as I'm sure you've experienced before, when making new partnerships, one must build trust. Do you agree?
Yes. Of course.
Very good. In 4 days, there is a shipment expected at the river docks. You can't have missed the river docks. I take you as newcomers to the city, here to mourn our fallen beloved king, are we?
Something like that.
At the river docks, I'm expecting a little package. But that package does not necessarily, well, it may not be addressed to old Scardy. It may be addressed to a mercenary group that work here in this fair city. A mercenaries group whose name I'm looking for. In my little notebook here, there are a number of mercenary groups that operate within Ornthale, and it's somewhat difficult to find all of their names sometimes. Where on earth? You will trust me when I say. Oh my god, I literally can't find it. There's like a whole list of mercenary names. Here we are. This is a package that will be addressed to the silent partners. It won't be addressed by the hand of those of academic note. It won't be written down, but you'll recognise this parcel, for it is in the shape of a bird cage. It will likely be guarded by a number of strapping folk. But if you can take that little bird cage for me, and dispatch those that carry it. Then you'll earn my trust and you'll earn a precursory reward. What do you say?
Fine.
Very well. Is there anything else you'd know before you depart?
4 days, you said.
4 days is
Do you
when
know-
they're due to arrive at the river docks.
Do you know morning, evening, height and zenith of the midday sun?
Probably it will be in the evening, and it will be upon the barge known as the dusk flower.
Lovely.
Well,
And would you like us to bring it here?
Yes. Meet me in the alleyway next to this place. But don't try any fast ones.
The one round the back.
Yeah, the one round the back. The thing I'm asking you to retrieve is of significant value. This is the trust. This is the point of trust in the whole exercise. Okay?
for trust.
The trust. Oh, I do hope you have something to fill your time between then and now.
Well, I believe our dinner has just arrived. Has it arrived?
Steaming bowls of pork hock get slapped down with the trotter on.
Trotter and all. Wow.
Trotter and all.
Trotter and all. Get slapped down in front of you. And you're able to enjoy a hearty meal. Scardy makes himself scarce at this point, and then will vanish into the night, and he will say, 4 days. You are filled with wonder of many things that Scardy has suggested. What could possibly be the birdcage parcel that he is thinking about, that he wants.
Silent partners.
The Silent Partners is another question.
Good gang name.
And now I have a question. Matthew won't be joining us for the rest of the evening, so we can easily say that Bogram is obviously still spending time with his family. There is an outstanding errand of your Silaster, so I ask, I will happily continue onwards, and we can do that, or because obviously we're missing a Matt. It's entirely up to you both how you're feeling. We can continue now, or wait until next time.
I'm happy either way, I don't mind.
Thrifty
I
tricks?
My thinking is let's get this errand out of the way and then.
I'm glad you said that. So,
I'm
we
going to
move.
quickly run to the toilet.
Yeah, but if that actually, that's a good idea. Let's take a very, very, very short break. So for those of you watching, thanks for sticking with us. Lots of different things in this session today. We'll be back very shortly. And we have returned, and it is now time to turn our business to darker deeds. Silaster, you have a contract that has been outstanding for some time. And I believe it is now your wish to make good on it. So, you are looking for a lending house known as the Thrifty Tricks. Or Thrifty Tricks.
Yes.
Give me a search check, unless you have other means of discerning its location.
Well, I've got another one if search doesn't work.
Okay.
20. That's pretty good.
20.
Roll for about 4.
Really great roll, actually. And more than enough. And you find yourself... you actually overhear someone nearby the tavern who is commenting on the fact that he's just pawned off an antique dagger from the True Light Rebellion in return for gold to feed his thirst, or to slake his thirst, shall we say. And you learn that he's come from the direction of the Thrifty Tricks.
Is it still evening?
Yeah, it's definitely turning into night now. I'm just trying to find the actual map that it's on. Bear with me 1 second. Do you have anything that you want to discuss or prepare before you arrive there?
I think... No, Celasta would have had... Well, Celasta will have a chat, which is... You know what I do.
Yes.
I trust there's no objections if I find work. I say finish work.
No objections as such. What's the person done to warrant such an extreme response?
Debt.
Oh.
They owe money.
I said last time.
They owe enough to warrant a fee. Perhaps it's the message.
You find yourselves stealing down alleyways in the in the outskirts of the city. The buildings seem to overbear your road, leading over you as if some looming presence was spying upon you. We are in the height of autumn, and there is a crisp chill in the air. And soon you see it rather... Well, you've probably been thinking about this location for a while, so to see it, it sort of just is a bit superfluous. I'm just trying to drag us there so we can see it. Thrifty Tricks. Here we are. Now I'm just adding Ansel as well. Bear with me.
Ah, that's why it's all black.
Ah.
Can you see now?
I can.
Okay.
I feel in control.
You feel in control. Good. It's not changed on our streaming screen, so... Oh, there we go. So yeah, before you see this dilapidated lending shop, you see that it is rather inauspicious place. There are grimy windows out the front of it, and a dim light gleams from them. Where you both stand, you see that there's sort of like a public garden, almost like a small public garden. There is an anchor left as sort of like a memorial for a river barge that sank a few years back. Yeah, it's quite still and it's quite quiet. Alleyways go around each way, and there is a front door. What do you do?
Silaster mutters something in Elvish.
What was that?
Ansel wouldn't know. You don't speak Elvish, no.
No.
But for you guys, he would have said, "Heart, guide me." He would have muttered that in Elvish.
There's a flash of cold in your heart for a moment, Silaster, as you say the words.
I'm going to scout around.
Yeah,
following
you
the
move
path.
around. There is a thin sheet of rain that begins to fall. Nothing that you would call a downpour, but you know when there's just sort of vapour in the air that catches stray gleams of light coming from different buildings. You move around a corner and you see a dank alleyway. Barrels stacked on one side.
He's keeping an eye out for windows as he's doing this.
Yeah, there are a number. I'm afraid I might not have made them as clear as possible with the line of the dynamic lighting, but I will certainly show you where there are windows should you encounter them.
For the time being, just going for a walk.
Yeah, you begin wandering. Your footsteps are non-existent as you make your way around the area. You turn and find more barrels stacked on the sides of this alleyway. Crates greet you as you look about. Someone is working the last hour of their toil for the day at the far end of the alleyway. However, you do see a window. And actually,
yes.
I just reminded myself that I did add it into the dynamic lighting, so you can look through the windows. There is a window there, and you should be able to peer through. However, you might, if there's any checks you want to do as you do that,
I will do a hide check.
please do.
So you would kind of be leaning up against the window and then just a slight look to one side, but doing it as a hide.
Yeah, make your roll.
Let me just check. It is that. For God's sakes.
So you're not going to believe me, but I roll a 17 on the die. So there's a man in there who appears to be like misering over some coins, and he's trying to like flip the last of a bronze coin over on the table, and it's stuck there. And he curses and like slaps the desk as he sort of like looks over his shoulder, and he spots a strange figure hooded with a very, very like just a wisp of white hair, like that you can see, just leaning against the window on towards the window. And he goes, "We're closed." Bloody people coming up to my shop at this time of night. Up to no good, I tell you, up to no good at all.
Silaster will step away. Will you permit me another hide check?
So you manage and then come back. Yes, you can. But I tell you what, it's going to be a harder DC. I'll make him roll, but it'll be he'll have like an awareness to him. Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
I have a fair DC in mind.
24.
Okay, so like whatever it was that caught his attention before, like he goes back to his work, and you're able to sidle back. Maybe you have to wait a couple of minutes or two.
That's
yeah, but eventually, yeah, you make your way back. Whilst you're doing that, Ansel, is there anything that you're doing? You know that there's a back
Ansel's
door
just-
there, and there is a corner that you're standing at the moment, Ansel.
He's just gonna have a look around the other corner.
You look down the corner and you notice that there is you're sort of on a narrow street. You do notice that there is another window halfway down there.
I'll creep back to Silaster and I will say to him, I'll mention about the window and then I'll say, I'll watch the front door in case he tries to leave, if you're happy at the back. And then Ansel will, he's assisting, but he knows it's Silaster's job really, so he's going to attempt to casually hang out at the front end of the shop, maybe in the little garden area.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, so you can go into the
Pretend to look
garden
at
area.
for a while.
There's a beggar who's like gibbering to himself in the garden, like moving backwards and forwards in the cold air. The king is slain.
So I've heard. Do you know slain? You say?
Well, he's dead, isn't he? Good
Jesus,
riddance.
slain.
All
How did he
highfalutin.
die?
I heard
How did he die?
I heard he just gave up on living. Too old. Old King Dactus dying of being old. Fitting.
Comes to us all eventually.
Oh, don't I know it? Silaster, you're still by the window. This time successfully hidden as you peer into the place. You notice that the place is lit dimly as the man is moving backwards and forwards now. He looks sort of shiftily around as he pulls out a spool of keys and begins hurriedly moving his way through them and unlocking a small lockbox, putting a few coins in, locking it. Appears to remove some jewelry of some kind, and so on.
Well, this is going to be hopefully quite quick to do this bit. So I'm looking at over here. I'm waiting for him just to look the other way. And the minute he does, I'm going to drop into my cloak of deception.
Yeah, so it looks like he's doing inventory almost, he's just going backwards and forwards, and it seems like it almost looks like he's packing, weirdly, stuffing things into bags under the counter. And as he does, he takes a particularly large-looking silver candelabra that would probably fetch a pretty penny at the market and stuffs it into his bag. And as he does so, he looks fully away to do that from your direction.
The minute he does that, I drop into the cloak of deception. And looking through the window, I immediately use my shadow jaunt with my line of sight as I close my eyes and I open them again. And I'm inside.
Yes,
oh God, please put me inside.
Well,
I can just click the...
Yeah, so you can actually interact with the windows as you can interact with the doors, but that's fine because it was actually you know, part of your thing wasn't that you weren't dealing with the window at all. So I will move you inside if you can't.
Yeah, I'm clicking it, but it's not opening. But
oh, is it not?
I click it and it goes boom, boom. Oh no, I'm in. Ignore me.
Yeah, so you disappear in one place and appear in the next. You are now see the full breadth of this room, a long room that is stacked with like old bits and bobs. Some that you imagine could be potentially valuable, some that's just knickknacks and useless. But the man is busy hurrying and pushing things into these many bags, effectively establishing what's worthwhile taking with him, it seems.
Holding my breath. Because my invisibility is it's only 6 seconds, and as it drops, I'm going to tap him on the back of the neck with a hand of death.
Hey! Like you just tap him. Yeah, go on. What does he have to do?
It's ranged touch. Sorry, it's touch.
Touch, yeah, okay, so make a touch attack.
I definitely touch him. He needs to make a fortitude save of 17.
Of 17. Well, listen, he rolled a 17 before.
Hmm?
That is a total of 10.
Yes.
He fails.
Excellent. Perfect. What I needed. I tap him on the back, and he's paralyzed on the spot.
Yeah, he stands rigid. He still has coins in his hand that go dink, 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 and start dropping from his hand like an hourglass.
As I do that, I grab his head, and I just lean next to him. You should have paid your debts. And I coup de grace.
You can do the full damage if you wish. It's a helpless target, and it's a critical, so feel free to critical it.
He needs to make, I believe, a fortitude save of 42.
I mean,
if it's 10 plus
can you
damage
critical
delta.
on it? Well, let's find out. Yeah. There's just a moment where you say, should have paid your debts, and there is like a symphony of silence for a moment, and then you just jerk his head, and he just snaps his neck, and he's like rigid there for a moment, and then the paralysis of your power wears off, and he crumbles to the ground. Coins scatter across the floor. Can you make a listen check, please, Silaster?
Oh, I can with a listen, hopefully. Can I?
What was the roll? I don't think it's come up on mine.
It's not yet. I'm just checking. So
I see.
it is critical 30. Ho, ho, ho. This is where I get the good rolls.
Yeah.
Against a peasant.
Against a moneylender, you are the wire of ages to the man that's scratching two coins together. You hear a, "What are you doing in there? Bloody useless, forcing us to move out just because you wouldn't pay a single soul back."
From behind the door.
From behind the door, you hear a thunk, 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 thunk.
Rapidly, what I quite like to do, I basically, as his body kind of slumped in my hands, I kind of want to throw him over so he's on the counter, but his twisted neck is dangling over.
Yeah.
So it's very clear if you're walking through the front door what's happened.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get 2 coins, one in each hand on the desk, on the counter, and then get the hell out of there.
So you putting him like that, is that you attempted to fulfill the part of the bargain
Of making Yeah, basically, I want to make a display.
Yeah, so you're looking at
And I
like he
think-
put the money in his hands like he's paying his debts, yeah.
Yes,
Very good.
but make it very clear this man is dead and his neck has been snapped.
I like that very much. So you are going to go that way. So there is a very brief window where you'll be able to move away. So you hear a of the door go. I mean, are you just going to run out and jump out of the window?
I want to take a move silently run out the window, but will you permit me a reflex save to do one extra thing?
You can. Also, just a reminder, you didn't open the window to come in. So, yeah. But yes, yeah. We're not in initiative currently, so yes, you can do a reflex to do something. It depends what you're suggesting.
Well, firstly, can I do a move silently roll to get to the window?
Yeah, you can do a move silently roll. And I will do a listen.
18.
The footsteps that you can hear don't appear to be any more hurried than when you first started moving. So you zip over to the window. Yeah.
The reflex save I want to do is to scatter dust of tracelessness behind me from my pocket. I want to kind of get some from my pocket, scatter it behind me, and then leave.
Very good. Yes, that's you've had in your stuff.
Since day one.
Was that day one? Session one.
I've had like dust of tracelessness. He's carried as part of his starting gear.
Oh, part of the starting gear. Nice. What is it like then as you use it for this first time from day one? What is it like as it erases your presence here?
I can give you a vague description, but basically you take a sprinkle and as you kind of toss it, it settles with a thick dust, and that technically would add 20 to any survival DC to figure anything out.
Oh, nice.
But I grab a pinch behind me just to make it look like, aside from the open window, they wouldn't know how the person got in, because Salasta wanted to get out completely unheard. Not going to be possible here, but at least the person in the other room will be the one to discover the scene at least.
Of course. Okay, the last thing that
just
remains,
to add to the mystery.
So yeah, you've gone over there, you've thrown the dust dispersion. You will have an attempt to to open the window. You can do a move silently to see if you're able to do that silently.
33.
Window just gets thrown open, up, and out you hop into the night air.
You tumble out, just whee.
Anything else? You leaving the window open, for example?
No, he's tumbled out, and what I would like him to do is, as normally as possible, just close the window because he is aware that there's other people outside there. So just gonna.
You hear the door into that room then open. You may do one final check to see if you do the window silently, or you can just, whatever you want to do.
Risk it for a biscuit.
Risk it for a biscuit.
20, maybe.
Darling? Gek? Gek! As you sweep around, you can actually see, I don't know if you saw that, there was a slither of dynamic lighting where you could rush round. You just saw a haggard looking woman, looking, and has spotted her husband dead on the ground, and you hear a howling wail as you're away down the alleyway into the darkness. You round the corner and you arrive in the by the gate of the public garden where that anchor lies, and there is Ansel.
I think it's best we go now.
As you wish.
And as Silaster and Ansel move away into the darkness, the dreaded deed finally done, a contract fulfilled, that is where we will leave our heroes tonight. Wow,
Strangers.
what a mixed bag. What a mixed bag of a session. We'll wrap up really quickly because we still got XP to do, but we'll do that off the stream. Extend apologies from Matt. Matt had to dash away for some very good reasons. So we love him very much, and we will definitely see him next time. For those two wonderful players that remain, any thoughts before we write off the session? Anything standing out to you from the game this evening? We'll go with Dom first, as Mike did quite a lot of murdering just then.
Yeah.
Well, the reveal that Obsidian A is not his real name after all, and B, that he'd been keeping a whole family secret from us. That kind of stuck out a little bit, you know. That was
Yeah.
that was a bit of a shock, I assume, to Michael as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's been really weird because I've known from day one, and there have been times where I've caught myself like about to say, like, you think of home or you think of whatever, like particularly when the moment where I thought you were all going to die. There was in fact, when Matt thought he was a goner, in the cave with the Cyclops, when he was going to do his death spiel. Because he genuinely thought he was dead.
Oh, you did stop him, yes. Yes.
I went, whoa! I was like, whoa, because I knew he wasn't actually dead. It was a vision from Ansel's mirror. But,
Yeah.
So, but there have been times where I've literally just remembered, like, oh my god, yeah, I nearly said that.
Nobody else knows.
And 100 other times, and I've just assumed, oh, it's just people already know it because it's been that long. But yes, that definitely did stand out. I loved, just to put the spotlight back on you, Dom and Ansel, I loved that little conversation with you and Aylin about Cry and about being given a name. I loved that.
The knave of the sickle moon. I mean, obviously, like, character-wise, no idea. Player-wise, that's awesome.
It is it's a fucking cool name. That is Ansel's whole
Yeah,
deal.
it's actually not the first time it's been said on stream either.
No, it has been once or twice. Yeah.
Twice, I think.
Yeah. I think I picked up on it once or twice. So yeah, amazing.
I think
from
you
Ansel.
said it at least once.
Yeah, I think they did. Someone did call you on it, didn't they? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, during the vision, I believe it was. Actually, it might have been.
Yeah.
If you are the knave of the sickle moon, then I am its queen. That was it.
That's it. Yeah.
I didn't take that as literally as it was, though. But what can you take that's quite literal with Ansel?
That's true. He is very much the enigma.
There's a thin line between literal and figurative with Ansel.
Yeah.
I still call you the Doomweaver in my mind. But
He is the Doomweaver.
It's pretty accurate.
That's a fucking great name. We'll have to work that in as well.
Yeah.
I mean, that's definitely Ansel's personal story, and we're definitely weaving into the beginnings of Obsidian's, actually. And obviously, it was a shame that he had to go away, but also it actually worked perfectly in terms of the
It seemed quite appropriate, actually.
perfect,
Yeah.
right? Actually perfect. Obviously, not ideal for Matt, but yeah. And Mike, thoughts of the session? Apart from that, anything standing out?
I mean, yeah, reiterating Bogram.
Bogram Graves.
Bogram Graves.
Oh, Boggy G!
Boggy
Yeah,
G.
It is, yeah. And I say this because of past experiences with Matt, which if those watching on the stream wouldn't know, but
Oh, they do.
Matt and
I've made videos
Some of them
about
might.
how you
Oh, have you?
PvP'd each other to death. Oh yes, a good few times I've mentioned how you've fought. So yeah,
it's
Fought through the multiverses.
through
yeah,
the multiverse.
as
Reincarnated to murder each other one more time.
yes, it's the constant balance. If two souls are fighting, it's probably our characters, but yeah, seeing Silastas starting, I think, questioning how honest he needs to be with Obsidian, because he obviously sees that Silastas' line of work and his general kind of outlook, I guess, clashes a bit with what Obsidian's doing. But and then you take into account that, you know, he just agreed in basically to get trust and potentially more work. He's agreed to rob some people.
Yeah.
It's not the robbery he's really fussed about. It's he wants the trust and he wants the contacts, and yeah, fulfilling a long overdue contract. So something which, yeah, I think there's that dynamic between the two of them. Hopefully, can find an equilibrium in the future. Otherwise,
Well, I like that there was a little conflict in there. It's actually really, really nice and juicy and all. Where are their personal codes going to clash, and where will the lines in the sand be drawn? Very interesting.
yeah.
Though, yeah, I'm very excited to continue where that goes. I've been waiting a long time for Silastas' mission to pay off. So now we're going.
I mean, I really have wanted to get here quickly, but I also appreciate, for example, like the detour to Thanley. Logically, Silastas was going, it makes no sense going there and back again and back again. It makes no sense. You know, the detour is the most logical option. Yes, there you go. I said detour.
As eager as I was for you to come here, when you were like, oh, let's go to Thanley, I was sort of like, oh, go on then. Because of the...
I did like that story, though.
There's cool stuff happening there, yeah, definitely.
There's a lot more going on there with...
It's been a session of 3 really cool, very different activities, essentially.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Which has been fun.
We'll have a big
Woodland
fight next
families and
time.
murders. Yeah.
We didn't really combat.
Actually,
We didn't have a
was
fight.
there any initiative rolling?
No.
There wasn't.
No, it was all
Because you
role
killed
play.
that guy in cold blood.
The one guy just got... he was a lumberjack, and he was going against a very powerful druid. So what's the point? And the other guy...
suspected once you mentioned... Yeah, when you mentioned about the Guardians... not the Guardians, the Shepherds.
Yeah.
Immediately I was like... and they said pilgrimage. I was like, that's what Ash was. Because originally I thought, maybe they're a dryad. Maybe they're like a kind of like night hag or something. And then when you said pilgrimage, I was like, they're druids like Ash.
Well, ages ago...
Yeah, it took me a long time to connect the shepherds to the shepherds from the previous campaign.
Yeah. So it was... it was definitely the pilgrimage thing that Ash was going on. And we did have conversations about the not a cult that we mentioned a few times that Ash was from.
Yes.
Might be a cult. But more on that another time. Anyway, let's wrap it up there because it's getting late and we should do some XP. But for those of you watching live, thank you ever so much. Please give us a follow on Twitch to watch us live. We really enjoy having the audience. Shout out to Hot Ross Buns. Thanks for dropping by, man. And Simpson Mackay. Thank you ever so much for dropping by as well and saying hello. Much appreciated. And for those of you watching after the fact, give us a like. And if you'd like to see more like it, then give us a subscribe. Leaves me only to say, roll the bones. Goodbye. Goodbye.